The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin. Senator Lundin.
Excused.
Marchman, Michelson Janae, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R. Senator Pelton R. Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Senzinger, Senator Lundin, Lundin, Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Exum. Senator Exum, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of March 22nd, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
March 25th, 2024, correctly printed Senate Bills 187 and 188, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 81, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 100, correctly revised House Bills 1033, 1056, 1062, and 1081, correctly re-revised House Bills 1074, 1096, 1118, 1122, 1131, and 1143.
Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title
Cheese and rice.
of House Bill 1056?
House Bill 1056 by Representatives Frizzell and Marshall and Senators Hansen and Kolker concerning property subject to a property tax lien in connection therewith, modernizing statutes related to the issuance of a treasurer's deed for property subject to a property tax lien to align with a federal Supreme Court decision.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1056 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1056. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1056 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1081? Sure.
House Bill 1081 by Representatives Amable and Catlin and Senators Roberts and Pelton B concerning regulation on the sale of sodium nitrite.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that HB 24-1081 be passed in third and final passage, third and final reading.
Something like that.
Sorry,
Something like that.
close.
Is there any discussion? See none. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1081 on third reading and final passage. Senator Pelton. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1081 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson, Janae, Priola, Marchman, Danielson, Winter, Fields, Buckner, Cutter, Winter, Janal, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Exum, Mullica. Hanson. Coleman. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1033?
House Bill 1033 by Representatives Snyder and Velasco and Senators Cutter and Hagas Lewis, concerning the needs of an individual with an animal during an emergency and in connection therewith, adopting emergency management plans to address the needs of an individual with an animal during an emergency, and that local governments make certain information publicly available relating to an individual with an animal during an emergency.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 241033 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1033. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Gardner, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1033 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Michelson Janae, Buckner,
Would you like to move it?
Winter,
No, I don't. You don't? I'll let you do it. Here.
Janal,
Okay.
Exum. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1062?
House Bill 1062 by Representatives Evans and Titone and Senators Priola and Gardner, concerning administrative inspection warrants for Metropolitan Sewage Disposal District.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move House Bill 1062 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1062. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1062 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hakas Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 81?
Senate Bill 81 by Senator Cutter and Representatives Kipp and Rutinell, concerning measures to increase protections from perfluoralkyl and polyfluoralkyl chemicals.
Senator Cutter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 24081 on third reading and final passage. And I just want to make sure I make it clear, I neglected to do this the other day, but it was not our intention to impact any recycled materials that made it in. We don't read the bill that way, and that is definitely not what we want to do. If materials, they're using recycled materials, we do not consider that intentionally added PFAS. So ask for your support.
Is there any discussion? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we had a good discussion on this bill on Friday, and I can appreciate what the good senator from Jefferson County is trying to do, but I just want to remind you, just kind of as she mentioned just now, it was not her intention to harm the recyclable industry or any other industry, but unfortunately that is going to be the law of unintended consequences. That is exactly what this bill will do, whether the sponsor realizes it or not. It's going to have an adverse effect on many different industries, namely the aerospace. I'm not going to go through all of the different areas that this bill would impact in terms of the specifics, but just the general industries, it's going to ultimately have an adverse impact on the aerospace industry, the biotechnology industry, certainly the building and construction industry, the chemical industry, electrical devices, the energy sector, the medical equipment industry. It's going to have a huge impact on. The oil and gas industry, the pharmaceutical industry in particular, the printing industry, and the list can go on and on. So while we might think, well, geez, this chemical compound PFAS is something that it's like a huge problem. Well, yes, it will be a huge problem for these different industries. It will ultimately come back and bite us. So with that in mind, I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 081. Thank you.
See no further discussion. The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 81. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 81 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Danielson, Exum, Coleman, Winter, Gonzalez, Colker, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola, Jaquez Lewis. General orders. Second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Senate resolve and subcommittee the whole for consideration general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rules relax. Would the clerk please read the titles of all the bills in the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 172 by Senators Pelton B. and Representative McLaughlin concerning changing the phrase industrial hemp product to the phrase hemp product in the statutes that regulate marijuana. House Bill 1104 by Representative Snyder and Armagost and Senator Exum concerning protection of firefighters' personal information from publication on the internet. House Bill 1072 by Representatives Byrd and Frizzell and Senators Kirkmeyer and Fields concerning increased evidentiary requirements in criminal proceedings for protection of victims of sexual assaults. House Bill 1100 by Representative Hill and Senator Jaquez Lewis concerning a requirement that a coroner be certified by the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators or the American Board of Pathology and Forensic Pathology.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on general order, second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 172, House Bill 1104, House Bill 1072 and the Judiciary Report, and House Bill 1100.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the committee report on general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of all the bills on general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Or at least one person. Opposed, no. There we go. Make it even. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
March 25th, 2024. Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 172, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1104, 1072 as amended, and 1100, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 172 passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1104 and 1072 is amended. House Bill 1100 passed on second reading and order revised, placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve himself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rules relax for everybody up in here. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1098?
House Bill 1098 by Representatives Mabry and Duran and Senators Gonzalez and Hinrichsen concerning protections for residential tenants and in connection therewith requiring cause for the eviction of a residential tenant.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move House Bill 1098 and the Local Government and Housing Committee report.
To the Local Government Housing Committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Local Government and Housing Committee, we moved an amendment that brought the Apartment Association to neutral. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Local Government and Housing Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L055?
L055, amendment
Senator
engrossed.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we move L055 to House Bill 1098 and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez, to the
Thank
amendment.
you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this amendment improves and updates and clarifies the definition of substantial repairs or renovations in order to clarify that this is, these are repairs that cannot be reasonably accomplished in a safe or efficient manner with the tenant in place, and that they're not work that is necessary to remedy a breach of the warrant of habitability, and that they are also substantial in that they would require the tenant to vacate the residential premises for at least 30 days. We also, within that, the rest of the amendment, go forward and update the timeline by which the renovations should be completed, and the notice provisions as well. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote on L055.
Seeing no further discussion on L055, the motion is the adoption of L055. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L055 is adopted. To the bill,
Go ahead.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I want to start by reading an email I got from a constituent about this bill. I'm 67 years old and disabled. I don't even own a car and live strictly off of Social Security. I've rented an apartment in Pueblo for 7.5 years. I've been an outstanding tenant. I pay my rent, never had a complaint. I even mow the yard in the summer and clean up the leaves in the fall without ever being paid for my work. A few years ago, the property owner put a management company in charge. Since the day I moved in here, I've had nothing but problems with my heating. The heater was occasionally having gas explosions. One of the more recent gas explosions sent actual flames out at least a couple feet, just like a blowtorch, right next to my bed where I was sitting at the time. So I contacted the property manager, and he sent out a company who tested it and deemed it safe. Well, it's not going to do it while you're standing here, I told the technician. He left without finding the cause, never checking the roof. Right after he left, it did it again. I called the property manager once again. I told him I don't feel safe if it's sending flames out that could actually kill me. But his response was shocking. He said, well, if you don't feel safe, maybe you should find another place to live. Reluctantly, the property manager sent out the company once again. This time, the owner of the heating company came out. The owner had the technician test my appliances, of course. That's not the problem. Then he looks on the roof, and there was an illegal exhaust pipe up there. Since that was replaced, it hasn't done it again. But that's not the worst part. 2 weeks later, there was a notice taped to my door giving me 60 days to get out. No reason was given, just that the owner doesn't want to renew my lease, making me homeless, a 67-year-old senior, for complaining about my life-threatening heater. This has to stop. It's clearly retaliation and creating more homelessness. The person who lives in the other unit didn't get a notice and hasn't signed a lease in years. But my notice states the owner doesn't want to renew specifically my lease. This is just so clearly retaliation, and I have no recourse but to leave. This bill is clearly meant for people like me. We, the people, need protection against real estate and property management companies. It's just what's fair. I'm very worried about myself and people just like me. Thank you for taking an interest in fairness for renters. Colleagues, that is exactly what this bill is about. The ability to own rental properties is a method to build wealth, and that is a part of a capitalist society, and I am fully supportive of that. The matching part of that is that renting a home provides stability, is supposed to provide stability and safety for the renter. And there's many reasons why you might rent a home rather than buy a home. Maybe you can't get the financing to buy a home. Maybe you don't want the added pressures that comes with the maintenance of home ownership yourself. Maybe it's a short-term, relatively short-term proposition, and maybe it's just an issue of affordability. Regardless of any of those issues, the rights to be safe and have stability in your home should not be mutually exclusive with the landlord's right to use the property as a method for developing their wealth. Those two can go hand in hand. But too often what we see at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum is cases like the one that I just read to you. Cases where our warrant of habitability laws are issued at the end of a lease. Cases where a tenant who asserts their rights to be in safe, stable housing with an air of peacefulness is used to move them out when the lease is up and they have nowhere else to go. We've seen this in cases where a tenant has rejected the unwanted advances of a landlord. We've seen this in cases where a tenant tried to assert their rights by complaining to a landlord about a neighbor who's partying at 2 a.m., but the landlord just didn't want to deal with the one making the complaint rather than actually address the one who the complaint was about. And we've seen this where a tenant has asserted their rights, where the housing provided is unsafe in a manner that is against the laws we have in the state of Colorado for the provision of safe housing, and asserted their right that it be brought up to standard. We've seen it in cases where there have been bumper stickers of a political persuasion that a landlord disagreed with. If you are in housing and especially if that housing is on the most affordable end of the spectrum, and you have problems with the housing itself, with your neighbors violating your rights, you should not have to make a calculated decision in your mind of, will addressing this problem cost me my housing? We're about to have a robust discussion on this policy, but that is the foundation of which this policy seeks to address. And I will ask for your aye vote on House Bill 1098.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to my colleagues for bringing this bill. I tend to go very deep into the bills, and so I very much appreciated the opportunity as a newer legislator to learn about this issue. I have had countless conversations with tenants as well as with landlords. So I want to be clear, I am in support of this bill. I do believe it strikes a balance between tenants and landlords. I hear from tenants, seniors, a lot of seniors in my Senate district, they need notice if their lease is coming to an end. They need stability. I hear from landlords that it is too hard to evict, and so they utilize the non-renewals as a way to get rid of problem tenants. So this policy is a good balance because it does weed out the bad actors. Most landlords are going to be unaffected by this. Discrimination at the end of a lease is currently unprotected. So that leaves vulnerable Coloradans in a really unstable situation. This is bad for working families, for students, for low-income folks, seniors, disabled folks, vets. I also know that landlords know that their property is their property. So the sponsors have carved out ADUs adjacent to the landlord, duplexes, triplexes. We know that a lease is a contract with terms, a date it begins and ends, what happens at the end of that lease, what's the monthly rate, rent, what are the due dates for rent, what are the rules? But in all cases, the tenant-landlord lease is supreme to this new process that would be implemented. So this only qualifies if a tenant has been on a lease for more than a year. You get to kind of do a trial run with your tenants. And landlords do say it's hard and costly to evict for cause, so some additional measures were put in to allow for cause. In this bill, non-renewal turns into what's called a no-fault eviction, and with the previous amendment that was accepted, that broadened a bit of what the no-fault eviction is. Landlords must provide 90 days written notice for a number of reasons. And for that, I'm very supportive of all of the reasons. I do want to offer an amendment around this, though, if I could. Did I steal the amendments? Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L56?
L56,
Senator
amendment
Marchman.
gross bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L056.
To the amendment, Senator Marchman.
Great, thank you so much. So what Amendment L056 is going to do is going to expand ways that a landlord can have a no-fault eviction. So basically, for any reason that they want to have that, they can take possession of their personal property for any reason, any personal use. The only thing we ask is that the landlord doesn't put that property back up for at least 1 year after the tenant vacates. If they choose to transform it into a short-term rental or some other type, they can do that. But we just we ask that they don't put it on the market as a rental after evicting a tenant. The other piece of this at the bottom, lines 19 through 23, talk about the new section. This is one of the ways that landlords, in my opinion, are going to be helped by this bill. A new way to evict bad actors who are tenants is in this clause called nuisance. And what this amendment would do is it's going to add to that instead of just saying nuisance is disturbing others, it says that can happen not just by another tenant or the landlord, but it's anyone adjacent. So it's anyone on or near the residential premises is disturbing others. We also add to this the most important piece of this amendment, which is that harassment. There's any harassment that's going on near the premises that constitutes a nuisance. At that point, the landlord has to provide a preponderance of evidence to show and prove that a nuisance happened, but any witness could corroborate that. So with that, I ask for your approval on L056. Thank you very much.
Oh, go ahead.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I deeply appreciate this amendment. I think this is a good amendment that strikes greater clarity to the bill, and it does clarify an expanded right for landlords, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm opposed to, and I would hope everyone else would be opposed to L056 for the mere fact that now we are telling and dictating to landlords what they can and cannot do with their property. This says the landlord, if the landlord recovers possession of their property for their own use, then the landlord shall not make the residential premises available as a rental unit for at least 1 year after the tenant vacates the residential premises. So if he goes and recovers his own property, takes possession of his own property, it's his. But if he recovers possession, first of all, I don't know why he has to recover possession. It's his property. But if he recovers possession of a residential premises for his own use, then he can't rent it for a full year after that. That's a takings. That is basically taking someone's private property right and telling them what they can and can't do with their property. This is not a good amendment. This does not make this bill better. This makes this bill extremely worse. The landlord shall not make the residential premises his residential premise, his property that he took possession of, shall not make it available as a rental unit for at least 1 year after a tenant leaves it. So he had it as a rental unit. He has to apparently recover possession of his own property. Has his own rental unit. It's his property. He has to recover possession of it. So now the tenant has to move out, and they get at least 90 days notice by which to move out. Again, his property. It says right here, to recover it, once he recovers possession of his residential property for his own use, the landlord, it's in A, The landlord shall not make the residential premises available as a rental unit for at least 1 year after the tenant vacates the residential premises. 1 whole year. I thought we were trying to work on affordable housing. Thought we were trying to work on affordable housing. So now you're telling him he has to live in it for at least 1 full year before he can go rent it out again? That's what it says here in black and white. So I need someone to explain then, because they got sponsors up here shaking their head no, but it looks to me like it says very clearly, if a landlord initiates a no-fault eviction pursuant to this subsection 3C, and granted, I haven't read through the whole bill, so I'm not exactly sure what's all in 3C, but I can go grab my bill and we can walk through this in a very slow manner. To recover possession of a residential unit for the landlord's own use, then that person, his property that he is now using, he can't make it available as a rental unit for at least 1 year, 12 months. 12 months. He can't rent it out for at least 12 months because somebody down here at the General Assembly thinks they should get to tell someone what they do with their own darn property. This is wrong. This is not a good amendment. This is a takings. This is infringing on an individual's property right, on their property that they own, the landlord. It's going to use its own property for his own use. And if he does that, he gets penalized. He then can't rent that out. He can't make it a rental unit for at least 1 year. Let's just tie him up. I ask for a no vote on L056.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we start on page 8, line 27, the last line of page 8. Re-revised? Yeah, yes, re-revised. We read, in addition to the requirements of subsection 5 of this section, the following conditions constitute ground for a no-fault eviction of the tenant. And we have demolition or conversion of residential premises, substantial repairs or renovations, landlord or family member of the landlord assumes occupancy. So this speaks to what the good senator from Weld County was saying. You can, in the bill, prior to this amendment, end the lease at the end of the lease to assume the use of the property for yourself or a family member. That's in there right now. You can withdraw from the rental market for the purpose of selling the residential premises if the tenant does not sign a lease renewal with reasonable terms. And there's also for conversion to short-term rental property. So what this amendment does is this expands it to say for any reason at all. And that's where the clarification is on the 1 year mark for this to be rented out as a long-term property once again. Because what we would not want to do is to create a loophole by which a landlord could assert this as their reason for non-renewing the lease, the use for any personal use at all, and then turn around 10 days later and put it out on the market again to avoid the other requirements of this bill. And so we drew it to specifically be expansive so that a landlord could assume the use of the property for themselves if they did not want to make it their primary residence. Say it's a studio apartment in Breckenridge that they want to use for the ski season and then go back to their permanent residence in Castle Rock, that's fine. Maybe it's a small studio apartment down the road from Lake Pueblo and it's where they want to keep all their water gear. It is a storage unit in the winter. I don't know, I don't care. The point is you can use it for your personal use for any reason whatsoever, and this is expansive of the protections for landlords that are already in the bill, beginning on page 8.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. apparently I'm either not reading it well or other people are not reading this well. So let me just read it again for you. And looking at the re-engrossed bill, because this is an amendment to the re-engrossed bill on page 13. After line 11, which there's just 2 blank little spots there right now on the re-engrossed bill. But after line 11, we are going to insert a new Roman numeral 4. If a landlord initiates a no-fault eviction pursuant to this subsection 3C, which we're in, to recover possession of a residential premises for the landlord's own use. Okay, so if he does that, the landlord, so now A would read, the landlord shall not make the residential premises available as a rental unit for at least 1 year after the tenant vacates the residential premises. Well, wonderful. The bill sponsor says that he can use his own property for his own personal use. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. But what we're saying with this amendment is the landlord shall not make that property that he recovered, his own property, that he's using for his own use, that he cannot make it available as a rental unit for at least 1 year after the tenant vacates the residential premises. That's what it's saying. That's what this is saying. It's not talking about short-term rentals. It's not talking, I mean, basically, it is limiting a property owner from using his property for anything than his own use. So he can't rent it out. He cannot rent it out. That's what this is saying. Can't make it available as a rental unit. And it's very broad. It could be any type of rental unit, whether that's a short-term rental unit or just a whatever, a few nights, a few months, 90 days, 60 days, whatever. He can't use it, make it available as a rental unit for at least 1 year. Yeah, he can still live in it. He can still make it for his own use. He can still take time and clean it up and do whatever he needs to do, make fixes to it. He could live in it. It's his own use. Only him. Says landlord shall not make the residential premises that he had to recover after he gave all this notice, after they initiated a no-fault eviction, shall not make the residential premises available as a rental unit for a year. I think it's pretty clear. This is a really bad amendment. It takes away a person's ability to use their property as they see fit. This is America, folks. We don't do that here. This is taking away his ability or her ability to use their property as they see fit. They can't use it as a residential unit for a year. I guess after a year, then they can. But for a full year, they get penalized. I thought we were trying to get to affordable housing. So he can't go through and live in it for 6 months. He can't go through, fix it up, maybe stay in there while he's fixing it up for 6 months, and then rent it out. No. If this amendment passes and this bill passes, that would be a big fat no. Government just told you, Mr. Property Owner, how you cannot use your property to rent it out for someone for affordable housing. That's what the government just is doing if this amendment passes. That's what this does. We are not expanding for his own personal use. We are basically taking away from him, eliminating options on how he wishes to use his property. And one of those would be for renting it out as an affordable housing unit. I'd say we're blowing it with this amendment. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, let's talk about really the practical purposes of what this happened. The good senator from Weld County was talking that the owner is the only person who can use it. Well, what happens, the owner, in the meantime, he has to make a mortgage payment, he has to make insurance payments, he has utilities. Let's just take an example, a simple example, that he's renting out his property that he owns, that he has equity in, that he or she has to, in the meantime, make a $2,000 a month mortgage payment. They have to pay the utilities, which they're not getting from anyone. So are they going to be forced to pay it themselves? Well, absolutely they are, because they can't rent it out to anybody else but themselves. So they're going to have to pay that mortgage payment that, let's say it's $1,500 and they were renting out for $500, I mean, for $2,000, so they have $500 supposedly in profit, but then in addition, they have to pay the insurance, they have to pay the taxes, and they're losing out for one whole year. Well, that's anywhere from $18,000 to $24,000 a year that they're losing out on. Also, what are the implications if the landlord says, hey, I really want to rent this out, and they go ahead and they rent it out to somebody else? Well, are the police going to come and arrest the landlord for renting it out to try and pay his mortgage and his taxes and his insurance? Boy, wouldn't that make a great headline? Landlord gets arrested for wanting to rent out his own piece of property to somebody else. So I can appreciate where the sponsor of this amendment is maybe coming from, but it really isn't practical. This is a takings. This undermines the concept of property rights. It's a bad idea. I would urge a no vote on L056.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Always happy to step in the well if there's a pregnant pause. A pause that is large and growing. The bill that I'm not speaking to, I'm speaking to the amendment, Amendment 56, and I gather there's a large number of amendments, is a 30-page bill. And there's a lot to dislike in that 30-page bill. But this amendment kind of gives us the ability to very quickly come into, within 3 lines, two fundamental reasons why the amendment must fail and the bill must fail. The first reason is words mean something. Now, currently, when you sign a contract, let's say it's a 12-month lease or a 24-month lease, you know on the day that you sign that lease, I have 12 months or 24 months, depending on the term, let's just say 12 to keep it simple, 12 months of quiet enjoyment, the ability to live my life in what will be my home, even though it's someone else's property. And at the end of that lease, the lease is either renewed or not. It's called non-renewal if it's not renewed. It's a matter of contractual relationship. So this amendment, Amendment 56, on lines 2 through 4, says the following. If a landlord initiates a no-fault eviction pursuant to this subsection 3C to recover possession of a residential premises for the landlord's own use, and then it goes on to talk about what matters. Well, what am I talking about? I'm talking about words mean things. The bill and this amendment take away from us that language that we've always lived with and known, non-renewal. It's neutral in its nature. The denotations, we all know that denotations and connotations are the way we deconstruct words. Denotations are the objective, direct meaning of a word. Non-renewal. It is to not be renewed. Connotations are the subjective, the emotional elements, the things that we apply into those words. Eviction. That's a scary, nasty, terrible word. No one wants to ever be evicted. Quite frankly, no landlord probably ever really wants to evict a person either. They would prefer that the relationship be strong and sound and mutually beneficial, because the landlord actually signed a lease and said, I will give you my property, which I have ownership of, for my own use. And my own use in this particular instance is to let you stay there. I think you and your family would enjoy me, as part of my use, letting you rent my property. So the first line in this amendment says, nope, we are going to do violence to the words that we have always used. Non-renewal is taken from the language, and no-fault eviction is put into the language. That is, in my mind, a step in the wrong direction. We're taking neutral language and we're loading it with emotion and negative connotations against a landlord, a person who owns property, who says, my own use, in this particular instance, is to let another family rent from me my property. So I'm objecting to Amendment 56 for the 7th, 8th, and 9th words in the amendment. No fault eviction. It appears many, many times in the 30-page bill. It appears right up front in this amendment. I say no to the amendment just based on the fact that we're changing the language in a way we should not. Then you read on. This subsection, recover possession of a residential premises for the landlord's own use. Now, you've already gotten a foreshadowing of what I'm going to say here. The landlord's own use is whatever the landlord chooses to do with the property. The landlord owns that property. And their own use may be to put their first or second cousin into the property. Their own use may be just to let it sit idle. Their own use may be to move into it themselves. Their own use may be to rent it out to another family for the benefit of that family's life. The volition of this, the own use of this, rests with the landlord. But yet the next three sentences of this amendment destroy, do violence to the landlord's property rights and their determination of what they would do as their own use. It says the landlord shall not. Those are the most prescriptive and conclusive words we use when we're writing laws. Shall not make the residential premises available as a rental unit for at least 1 year after the tenant vacates the residential premises. So the landlord doesn't have own use. Own use is a concept that is dead, gone, and buried should this amendment and this bill pass. The landlord doesn't have volition, doesn't have control over it anymore. So I could argue on into the many, many additional lines of this amendment, but I don't have to read very far to say, nope, 2 fundamental reasons why this amendment must go away. I urge your opposition to Amendment 56 because I believe words mean things, and we should protect not only the denotations, but the connotations of the words that we use. And quite frankly, property rights matter. Someone has property for their own use, they just as well ought to be able to use it however they would see fit. The own use should remain under the authority of the landlord and not be taken away. We're stealing property rights here with Amendment 56. I urge your opposition.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. So I rise in strong opposition to Amendment 56. Amendment 56 is one of these poison pill type amendments, in my opinion, colleagues, that even if folks like me could get themselves to potentially supporting this bill, or at least not opposing this bill, Amendment 56 takes away all doubt. Amendment 56 in its second sentence tells you why this amendment in and of itself, in my opinion, ruins all of the work, all the good work that the sponsors have done in trying to find common ground on this issue. Amendment 56, colleagues, says that a landlord is handcuffed for a year after taking advantage of one of the provisions in the bill that I believe the sponsors have worked hard on to try to find some common ground. And when I say try to find common ground, colleagues, I'm looking at the re-engrossed bill, starting on page 11, going through page 13. So it appears to me that the sponsors or the proponents were trying very hard to accommodate landlords and saying, look, this is me talking, not the sponsors. We feel that there are certain exceptions that should be made for a landlord to be able to recover the use of their own property. It's right here on pages 11, 12, and 13. To me, it is a clear consolation to the landlords that say, if these things happen to you, you should be able to ask your tenants to move out because we need this property for other reasons. So those are highlighted for you, colleagues, as Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3. Roman numeral 1 on page 11, Roman numeral 2 on page 12, Roman numeral 3 on page 13. So please don't let the passion behind this debate that you're hearing distract you from the details of the bill itself. This part of the bill says clearly, Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3. Here are the reasons why we already agree. In a re-engrossed bill, we already agree to extend these to the landlords. Roman numeral 1. When a landlord plans to recover possession of a residential premise for the landlord's own use and occupancy as a primary residence, or for the use and occupancy as a primary residence for the landlord's family members. Okay, why did the sponsors put this in here? I didn't offer this amendment. The opponents didn't offer this amendment. This is in the bill. It says, we agree, ostensibly it says we agree, that if a landlord wants to move back into their own property, that they should have the right to do that. Or if their loved one wants to move into their property. So let's say, for example, something is happening in a landlord's current primary residence. Like repairs need to be done. You're doing a renovation, let's say. Let's say there was a disaster and you need to have time to clean it up. It is clear to me, colleagues, that the bill sponsors are already agreeing that the landlord has the right to move into their own property. Let's say there was a flood damage. It's going to take 2 months to fix. Should we allow a landlord to move back into one of their own rental properties while their current primary residence is being renovated for flood damage? I see a lot of heads doing this. Of course they should. So when we extend that, and the landlord can then move into the rental property that she owns, let's not forget that part, that she owns, she moves back into that. She moves into that for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Let's say then the repairs are completed. She would like to move back into her previously flood-damaged home. And what happens with Amendment 56, colleagues, if that happens? What happens with Amendment 56? She moves back into her own home. She now needs to make sure that her rental property stays empty for 8 months. while she pays rent, while she pays insurance. How much sense does this make? That place has to stay empty when we are dealing with a supply problem for 4 rent properties. Why in the world would we be legislating something that says a piece of property must remain vacant for 8 months? How foolish would we be to adopt Amendment 56? Now, there might be times where that landlord, property owner, might want to stay in that property longer. Great, they should have the ability to do so. But as somebody who's been in this situation, boy, wouldn't it have been nice for me to be able to move back into the property that I own while true story, while flood damage was being fixed in my own home, and the place is all plasticed up and there's drywall people and flooring people coming in, and it's going to take 2 or 3 months to repair it. Wouldn't it make sense that I have the right to move back into another property that I own for 2, 3, 4 months? Amendment 56 destroys that possibility for a landowner. After we've clearly extended that right to them on page 11 as Roman numeral 1. Why would we have Roman numeral 1 if we didn't want landlords to be able to move back into their own property? Why don't we just strike Roman numeral 1 if we don't want to give them that ability? I have a sinking feeling we wanted Roman numeral 1, we wanted it for a reason, and Amendment 56 completely undermines it. We don't even need to have Roman numeral 1 anymore as far as I'm concerned. So let's move on to 12. Roman numeral 2, where the bill sponsors again appear to have clearly agreed that there should be another reason why a landlord can evict their tenant. If the landlord is an individual on active military duty for the United States military forces. Why would we put that in there, colleagues? Why would we put, is Roman numeral 2 just a feel-good salute to the veterans and those serving in the armed forces with no substance behind it whatsoever? Is Roman numeral 2 just bluster? Or is Roman numeral 2 acknowledging that folks on active duty military sometimes get deployed? And when they get deployed, they should have the ability to come back into their own home when that deployment ends. How long is the average deployment? Those of you who are in the military? Those of you particularly who are in the Navy on a boat?
9 to 12 months.
I hear 9 months. On a boat, I think it's 6 months. 6 months. So the landlord, which we're giving in Roman numeral 2, clearly the ability for that landlord to come back after 6 months. Well, if they've evicted their tenant so that they could live in their own home while they're on a boat serving our country, and they come back, well, guess what? You evicted your tenant, so that property needs to sit vacant for the next 6 months. How smart is that? How likely is that landlord to put that property back into the rental market? When did I mention we have a supply problem? We have an affordability problem. But we're going to demand that that property sit vacant. Here we are giving the right in Roman numeral 2 for this to happen, and we take it right away with Amendment 56. Why even have Roman numeral 2? If we're going to usurp it then later on, if that's a word, with Amendment 56. When we give a landlord the right to take the use of their own property back for, let's say, a family member, somebody, a daughter, a granddaughter, to finish school, and they just need a place to stay for 3 to 6 months, and you, as a family member, want to give your loved one the use of that property, what Amendment 56 is saying that whatever you do, landlord, it darn well better be for 6 months. Don't try to help your granddaughter out for 4 months. Don't try to help your granddaughter out for 8 months, because if you do that, your own property is going to sit vacant while you make the mortgage payment, while you make the insurance payment. Because Amendment 56 is that destructive. I stood here a couple of weeks ago and stated to this body that it's not one big bill that we're doing that is ruining affordability for renters in our state. It is death by 1,000 cuts. And here's another cut right here. Here's another cut that says, landlord, don't you dare try to help somebody out for less than a year. Because if you do that, we are going to punish you. We're going to punish you with Amendment 56 that says you can't earn a nickel on that property, because shame on you. You helped somebody out for less than 12 months. Poorly conceived if you want to help renters in this state, if you want to help the affordability issue in this state. To take Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3 on pages 11, 12, and 13, and colleagues, look at Amendment 56. Look at it closely. Where is it inserted? Where is it conveniently inserted? On page 13, line 11, right after Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3. Basically saying, read 1, 2, and 3, and then ignore it, because here comes Amendment 56 to blow it all up. Amendment 56 was put where it's put for a reason. It was put there for a reason to make Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3 just niceties, platitudes. That's what Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3 become with Amendment 56. It is the worst possible thing that can happen to House Bill 1098, and I don't know how to phrase it any other way other than to say, if you like the bill the way it is, great, vote for the bill, pass the bill, leave the protections in there like Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3. Don't let some Trojan horse like Amendment 56 come in and blow the whole thing up. Would strongly encourage a no vote on Amendment 56.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in opposition to L056. First of all, it's a taking, and I can't imagine any renter or landlord wanting properties taken off the market for this length of time or at all. It sounds like a great amendment for, again, taking rental properties off the market. And a vacant property for 1 year doesn't really make sense to the fact that we are in a housing crisis right now, and that's taking one more property that could be utilized by someone off the market. So vacant property for 1 year in a housing crisis, it doesn't make sense. I'm opposed to L056.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to sever L056 between lines 14 and 15. The Part A will be lines 1 through 14, and Part B, I request to be lines 15 through 26. And I move to withdraw severed section A. That's lines 1 through 14.
Senator 5 has been requested and granted. Senate will come back to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion to sever Amendment 56.
Motion for severance for Amendment 56 has been withdrawn. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw L056.
And L056 has been withdrawn. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L57?
L057, amendment reading
Senator
Gross Bill, page
Henriksen.
14.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L057.
That's a proper motion to L057.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L057 removes an errant cross-reference of statute, and it clarifies language that it gives a landlord the opportunity to initiate a no-fault eviction if the terms are not agreed to 90 days before the end of the current lease, rather than waiting to the end of the lease before that initiation can proceed. I ask for an aye vote on L057.
Senator 12-5 has been requested and granted. Senate will come back to order. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
First of all, members, I would just like to say thank you to the sponsor of Amendment L56 for withdrawing it, because the more I read it, the worse it got. I mean, when you start looking at language on page 12 and other places, it just keeps getting worse. So thank you for deleting that. Appreciate it. And let's talk about the new amendment, which was half of L56, which is now 1157. And I think I could probably agree to this one. And let me just read it for you so you know where it fits into the bill, and I believe how it fits into the law in the last few minutes that we've had to see this new amendment. Anyways, if you start on page 17, actually, of the re-engrossed bill, in section 13-40-104, where it talks about unlawful detention defined definitions. Number 1, a person has committed an unlawful detention of real property in the following cases. And then Amendment L57 goes through and modifies, starting on line 25, page 18, and modifies J, Roman numeral 1. And I believe it would read like this. Bear with me. I was trying to include it in my bill so I could make sure and read it through clearly and have a good understanding of what it's trying to say. I believe it would say this: when a tenant or lessee holds over without permission, and remember, keep in mind, we are in section 3 now, 13-40-104, unlawful detention defined. A person has committed an unlawful detention of real property, so this is a tenant or a lessee, has committed an unlawful detention of real property in the following cases. J1, when a tenant or lessee holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant or lessee has engaged in conduct that is on or near the residential premises, is disturbing others. So has engaged in conduct that, I think we're missing a word here, that has engaged in conduct that on or near the residential premises, oh, it's right, is disturbing others, comma, or that could reasonably be deemed harassment as defined in section 18-9-111. I do not know what's in 18-9-111, but I'm pretty sure someone following me will have that. So again, that is disturbing others or causing. We're going to delete that and say, after the landlord or lessee has engaged in conduct that on or near the residential premises is disturbing others, comma, or that could reasonably be deemed harassment as defined in section 18-9-11, comma, or that possesses a substantial risk to the health or safety of others, comma, or that causes a nuisance, which conduct interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord if the landlord lives in the same or immediately adjacent property, or other tenants or lessees or occupants of the same property. And then it goes on from there. And there are a couple other minor changes. But I believe that this is probably a good amendment because it adds two, you can do that, because it adds two additional requirements. When a tenant or lessee is unlawfully, and a person has committed an unlawful detention of real property. So I actually would urge an aye vote, I believe, on L057, but I'm going to hold out till I hear from my colleagues.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on L057, I have a couple of questions. Well, I have one question about why are we now inserting tenant or leasee when it isn't in other parts of the bill? For example, if you stay on page 18 and you go to line 20, it says when a tenant. If you go to other parts of the bill, it's just a tenant. It's not a leasee. So my question to the bill sponsors is why are we, if we're talking about tenants, then let's talk about tenants. What is the difference between a tenant and a leasee? I think they're the same, but I'm not sure why we have to use both of these terms.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll first respond to the good senator from Fort Collins. And Senator, yes, they're the same terminology, but when we look at statute regarding to holding over without permission, lessee is the term often used in other statute, tenant is the common term. So that's why this section starts off with when a tenant or lessee, to ensure that we're talking about the same thing here, holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant, now or lessee, has engaged in conduct disturbing disturbing others or causing a nuisance, which conduct interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord. That we're marrying the statute that has references to tenant throughout this bill with the lessee statutes in existing statutes that are referenced for quiet enjoyment and for holding over. So that is what we're attempting to have clarification of here. And then to the good senator from Weld County, that is exactly the reading of the amendment that I agree with. It's why I asked for an aye vote on Amendment L057. And the one other thing I wanted to point out is that we also expanded the definition of who the nuisance applies to include others who reside in an immediately adjacent property. So if the nuisance behavior affects others, not just on the property, not just the landlord, but a neighbor in an immediately adjacent property, that nuisance clause also applies to them as well.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do want to thank the sponsors for changing this amendment fundamentally, because Amendment 56 was extremely bad, in my opinion. Amendment 57 is significantly less bad, but it still, I think, defeats the purpose of what we're all trying to accomplish. What I believe we're all trying to accomplish is to protect tenant rights while at the same time not jeopardizing the supply of affordable rental units, right? We want to be encouraging people to be landlords. We want to encourage people to put properties up for rent. That's what everybody's been telling me. That's what everybody's been telling me for a year. So what I would ask you to ask yourself is, does Amendment 57 help with that endeavor, or does it hurt with that endeavor? Here's what you need to know about Amendment 57, and I'll commend the bill sponsor. I don't see her right now, but one of the other bill sponsors, because we had this conversation earlier, and so to see an amendment that actually makes the one situation that I brought to her attention worse is disappointing for me. If you've ever rented a property to somebody else, in fact, I'll go as far as say, if you've ever rented anything to anybody else, if you've ever loaned anything to anybody else, one of the most disappointing things that can happen is when that person starts being horrible to you. When that person just starts being bad to you. A disrespectful human being. It's so disappointing, especially after you let somebody borrow something or let somebody have something. So what the original language in House Bill 1098 did is it gave the landlord some protection from just nasty people. You probably don't know anybody like this. You probably never encountered anybody like this. You probably live in a pretty good place with good people and don't have to worry about anybody who's just flat out mean and nasty to you. But I will tell you, as somebody who rented properties, it happened to me. And it ain't fun when it happens. It's not fun at all. Ruins your day, ruins your week, ruins your month. Thank God Amendment 56 is gone, otherwise it'd ruin your year. Okay? But as a landlord, I had the right, if somebody was just flat out being mean to me all the time, being nasty, being threatening, I had the ability to say, guess what? You can't rent my place anymore. You're too mean. You're ruining my life. Okay? Now, House Bill 1098, by and large, in my opinion, takes away the landlord's right to do that. Death by 1,000 cuts, you've heard me say that a few times. 1098, by and large, is one of those 1,000 cuts, but at least the bill sponsors in the original bill language had the foresight to put some protections for landlords in there that said, look, if somebody is horrible and mean and nasty to you, as a landlord, you still have some rights. Not nearly as many as you did before, but you've got some. We were talking about the good senator from Denver, a conversation we were having about my personal experiences with mean and unnecessarily nasty tenants. So the bill sponsors, in my opinion, had the foresight to put some language in the re-engrossed version of House Bill 1098 that I thought were at least making some strides towards acknowledging the concerns of people like me. As a property owner, I should have the right to toss a tenant who is horrible to me all the time. And as a landlord, I had the ability to make that decision. Now, here in the state of Colorado, of course, we've decided that that ain't good enough anymore. So we're going to actually define it in Amendment 57 about exactly how horrible does a person need to be to the landlord, How horrible do they need to be? How often do they need to be that horrible? And from whence are they allowed to be horrible to their landlord? Can they do it from another country? No, not under Amendment 57, sorry. Can they be mean to anybody? No, they have to be mean to certain people. And how bad do they need to be? Okay, so this is what Amendment 57 does. Amendment 57 says is that in order for you as a landlord to evict somebody out of the property that you own, let's not forget that, we're now going to change things and I think make the bill much weaker and much worse with Amendment 57. Amendment 57, I'm going to venture a guess here and say Amendment 57 was probably not brought by landlords, by people like me, who are already concerned about House Bill 98 and what it does to landlords. That's my hunch, but I wasn't involved in that conversation, and I certainly wouldn't impugn any motives. So what we're doing here is we're looking at page 18, lines 26 and 27. So what we were doing is on page 18, if you look at line 25, we were saying when a tenant or lessee holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant has engaged in conduct that is disturbing others or causing a nuisance, which conduct interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord. Here's the part that I was referring to when I was speaking to the bill sponsor. I didn't think the language went far enough that said, if the landlord lives in the same or immediate adjacent property, which I never did. I lived a mile away. Or other tenants or occupants of the same property. So what I had was a tenant who was torturing me electronically, repeatedly, and so I wanted to toss him. Why would I put up with that? Why would I put up with somebody who is unnecessarily, in an unprovoked way, simply trying to ruin my life? Why would I as a landlord need to put up with that here in the state of Colorado? Right? Somebody who is just diabolically intelligent enough to walk the line between like harassment or menacing. Somebody who's good enough with the law to say, no, actually, according to 18-9-111, I haven't quite crossed that, but we'll get to that, colleagues. We'll get to that. Here's what the not nearly as bad language said in the re-engrossed version of House Bill 1098. So, where I was. Interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord, but, sadly, my words, if the landlord lives in the same or immediate adjacent property, or other tenants or occupants of the same property, or by reasons of negligence, damage the housing accommodation, and 10 days notice in writing has been duly given, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. You get the point. What we had in the re-engrossed version of House Bill 1098, my kudos to the sponsors. It appears to me that ostensibly this was a nod to landowners saying, look, we don't want you to be tortured unnecessarily by a tenant. That's what that language said. Now, we've got Amendment 57. Amendment 57. We're now going to strike that. So, page 18, line 26, line 27. We're now striking that is disturbing others or causing. That language is gone. We're replacing it with that, and pay close attention to this brilliant wordsmithing, that on or near the residential premises is disturbing others. Did you catch that? That tenant on or near residential premises. So, if the tenant isn't on the premise or near, I don't know what the legal definition of near is, 6 inches, 6 feet, 6 miles? What's near? Is near the residential premise. is disturbing others. So, therefore, let's say that that tenant isn't anywhere near the rental property that I was renting to him, which I wasn't, by the way, colleagues. I wasn't near. I don't think in anybody's definition of near, unless you're talking about intercontinental ballistic missiles, a mile is near. Okay? So if this tenant isn't near the residential premises, but he's really near my house, like let's say he's standing on my driveway. Oh, not on or near the residential premises. Basically, you almost have free reign. Not completely, and we'll get to that. But you almost have free reign if you're not on the residential premises. So my tenant can come stand in my driveway or my front yard and start yelling at me while I'm mowing the lawn or washing my car, telling me what a horrible person I am and how overweight I am and how privileged I am. All the things you can say to someone without meeting the definition of 18-9-111. He can just stand in my yard and chew me out. And when I say, look, sir, you're disturbing me or causing me distress. If he has any legal acumen whatsoever, he would say, well, yes, Senator, overweight, privileged senator, because your body
Senator
was smart
Smallwood,
enough to
please
adopt
don't
Amendment 57.
Senator Smallwood, please don't impugn yourself.
Thank you. That's fair, Mr. Chair. That's fair. I should quit impugning the motives of me. He would say, look, Senator, you're so smart. Your body was so brilliant to adopt Amendment 57. I am not on or near the residential premises that I need to be on in order for this to be grounds for eviction, so pound sand. I can do whatever I want as long as I'm not on or near the residential premises. I'm on your residential premises. Big difference. Big difference. That's why this amendment was so brilliantly crafted. Whoever did it, bravo, bravo. Make it virtually unenforceable. Virtually unenforceable. So in order to be a horrible enough person that this could be considered grounds for eviction, you have to be a horrible person on or near the property that you're renting. How smart is this? Here's an idea. Start making long-distance phone calls. Do something where you're not on or near the residential premises, but where you can still torture your landlord. Now, what I will appreciate, the one thing I will appreciate about Amendment 57 is they dropped in an or. There's an or. So, you can either not be a horrible person while you're on or near the property that you're renting. That's one option. But there's an or. Or something that could reasonably be deemed, for the lawyers in the room, how much are you loving this? For those of you paid by the hour in the legal world, reasonably be deemed harassment as defined in section 18-9-111. So, colleagues, we're no longer giving the landlord the right to say for herself, I'm tired of being tortured by you, tenant. I'm not going to put up with it anymore. She can't do that anymore. We're taking that right away from her. We're saying that somebody, nope, you're not allowed to torture me if you're on or near the premises that, by the way, I own, that I'm renting to you, or you need to have exceeded the language in Title 18. 18-9-111. Here's what you would have to do. If you want to torture someone from afar, this is the measuring stick for torturing one from afar. Because again, You can't torture them from the property that you're renting. You have to go somewhere else to do it, or do it via text, or via social media, or via a phone call, or via letters, or something else. So now you want to torture somebody. Here's what it is. You, tenant, are not allowed to strike, shove, kick, or otherwise touch a person or subjects. It says him, but we know when it comes to landlords, we're probably dealing with her or they. Subjects that person, that human, to physical contact. That's one. Can't actually strike them. Can't actually beat them. B, in a public place, direct obscene language or make an obscene gesture to or at another person. You can't do that as long as you're in a public place. If you're in a private place, you can do it, but you can't do it if you're in a public place. So if you send a middle finger emoji, right? Like, is that a public place? Follow a person in or about a public place. Or, and if you haven't read, colleagues, 18-9-111, I really encourage you to read 18-9-111 and see the language in this. This is a very, very narrowly crafted section in this title. Directly or indirectly initiates communication with a person or directs language towards another person, anonymously or otherwise, by telephone, telephone network, data network, text message, instant message, computer, computer network, computer system, or other interactive electronic medium in a manner intended to harass or threaten bodily injury or property damage, or makes any other comment, request, suggestion, or proposal by telephone, computer, computer network, computer system, or other interactive electronic medium that is obscene. Okay? So now you need to meet the level of obscenity in this. Being horrible, being nasty, being unprofessional, being mean in an unprovoked way, right? Not protected under 18-9-111 if you're the victim. So that's the first part. Or makes a telephone call, here, talk about how dated this statute is, makes a telephone call or causes a telephone to ring repeatedly, whether or not a conversation ensues. Remember those days? Your phone would just ring. You know, you grab it off the wall with the curly cord, you know, and go like, why is my telephone ringing repeatedly? But if you do that, that's harassment. It works under 18-9-111. Again, only if it's obscene. Makes repeated communications, here's the key word, at inconvenient hours that invade the privacy of another and interfere in the use or enjoyment of another's home or private residence or private property. So, if you make repeated communications to someone's home, it violates 18-9-111. Guess how many times you can call somebody at work under 18-9-111? Anybody want to guess? Does anybody here have jobs outside of this place? Anybody here have jobs? Anybody have a place that you work? What would it be like to receive repeated phone calls from your tenant? Again, not hanging up, because that would be in violation of 18-9-111. But no, they actually want to tell you what an overweight privileged person you are, none of which is protected speech. And they want to do that again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, at your place of work. This is why I think you need to read 18-9-111 and ask yourself when you're reading 18-9-111, is this what you want in the Colorado revised statutes as far as this is the protections that we're going to give landlords. It has to meet the measuring stick of 18-9-111. Otherwise, your tenant, sorry, can torture you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Repeatedly insults, taunts, challenges, or makes communication in offensively coarse language. So, offensively coarse language. None of the rest of the stuff that I said matters unless it's in offensively coarse language. So, you could say, sir, pardon me, overweight privileged gentleman. Is that offensively coarse? I would say no. Pardon me for the interruption for the 60th time at your place of work, good sir. However, now I'm going to lay into you for another 10 minutes about how gas burner number 6 on my 6-burner stove still doesn't work after 48 hours of me telling you that it doesn't work. That may or may not be a true example. Burner number 6 didn't work. So we're gonna call me up and chew me out over and over and over again. The other 5 burners, who can cook a proper meal on 5 burners? As used in this repeatedly, thank you. By the way, that offensively coarse language has to be used that in a manner that is likely to provoke a violent or disorderly response. Meaning, if you've called me up 15 times at work and chewed me out, and let's say you even did do it in offensively coarse language, if it wasn't quite offensively coarse enough to where a lawyer is going to say, that was likely to provoke a violent or disorderly response. It probably would have caused maybe, just an angry response, but not a violent one. Or obscene. Remember, because it needs to be offensive language. So this is when you go to get your lawyer as a landlord to try to evict the tenant who's torturing you, and now you're paying the hourly rate for that in an effort to make rental properties more affordable in the state of Colorado. Obscene means a patently offensive description of ultimate sexual acts or solicitation to commit ultimate sexual acts, whether or not said ultimate sexual acts are normal or perverted, actual or simulated, including masturbation, cunnilingus, fellatio, analingus, or I'm not even going to read the rest of this. I'm not even going to read this. This gets bad. If you haven't read 18-9-111, this is what you are going to be subjecting landlords in our state to need to go and defend themselves against. Was the language from the tenant torturing you so bad that it met this criteria? So please, colleagues, don't just brush away, not like any of you would. Oh yeah, it's got to be harassment as defined in 18-9-111. I'm sure, that's a pretty easy measuring stick, right? No, it's not an easy measuring stick. Harassment as defined by 18-9-111 is horrific. You're brutalizing somebody in order to meet this definition. I appreciated the original language. I didn't agree with it because of the landlord needing to live in the same or immediately adjacent property. But I appreciated the language in the re-engrossed version of 1098. Why in the world, colleagues? Why in the world was that language not good enough? What was so bad about the language that I'm assuming, made it through a House committee or two, made it through the House floor, made it to the Senate, made it through committee here, and here we are on seconds discussing it. How bad was that language to where now we're saying, no, I think a tenant needs to be not only worse, way, way worse to their landlord in order to be subject to eviction. Not to my eye. Not to my eye. I saw the re-engross language in 1098 as being something that was like, I'm not crazy about it, but I see the work that you've done. I appreciate the work that you've done. I'm probably going to be a no vote still, particularly around landlord needing to live in the same or immediately adjacent property, which, by the way, completely blows up the situation that I've been through personally. Completely blows it up. But this now makes it exponentially worse. Death by 1,000 cuts. Who in the world is going to want to rent property in this state? If you're not 100% sure of who you're renting your property to, knowing now what you need to meet in order, how bad that person would need to torture you in order to meet this new measuring stick, why in the world would you rent to anybody who's not a close friend or a close family member? This is horrible for renters. This is horrible for renters. One more thing that when a landlord is thinking in the back of my mind, should I put this property in the rental pool? Should I take that? Remember, we've got direct costs. Remember the three things? Direct cost, indirect costs, and risk. This is going to be indirect costs as far as attorneys go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I'd ask for a no vote on Amendment 57.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the conversation from the senator from Parker. That a lot of the stuff that was brought up is certainly not the intent of this amendment. This intent of the amendment was to be a more expansive and clarifying definition to give landlords clarity that they have broader scope to go than what was initially there. I understand from the arguments that were just made that that is not the interpretation of this. So with that in mind, I move to strike lines 5 through 9 of Amendment L57. Strike. The motion is to strike lines 5 through 9 of Amendment L57.
The motion on the table is to strike lines 5 through 9 from Amendment L57. All's in favor? Say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and lines 5 through 9 will be stricken. Lines 5 through 9 from L57. The motion, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I renew my motion for L57 with lines 5 through 9 now struck.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate 5 through 9 being stricken, but I was really going to concentrate on lines 1 through 4 and lines 10 through 13 of L57. Because this amendment is a good place. I've been sitting there this morning thinking, where do I sort of enter, as they say in aviation, where do I enter the traffic pattern here to begin to talk about the bill? And speaking to this amendment is a good place to start because the amendment itself invokes so many things about the structure of the bill, and so this is just by way of introduction. Now, I know this is not a proper time for announcements, but these announcements go to the amendment and the bill. If you haven't contacted your aide to send out for lunch, you may want to do that. If you haven't considered whether or not your committee is going to be able to meet at 1:30 as opposed to 2:30, you may want to do that. Because it is well known that if I come to the well with one book, that's an hour. And it's not additive, it's exponential, so that when I come to the well with two, that's 3. Because we need to take a look at 2 sections of this, 2 different titles of the Colorado Revised Statutes for this very amendment alone. Now, L57 involves a piece of the bill that starts at page 14. At lines 14 and 15. Now, it's really not clear to me. Now, by the way, that section, if you turn back through so that you know what we're dealing with, that section is part of what will be a new section of Title 38, Article 12. And right now, without L57, we're talking about, in this paragraph, what happens if a tenant refuses to sign a new lease with reasonable terms. Now, one of the major concerns about this bill is the imposition of requirements on landlords to, as a practical matter, extend a lease or to offer a new lease. Now, at common law of contract and landlord-tenant law, you lease for a term, you have terms, generally a year, but it might be 6 months, or it might be, might be 5 years, might be 1 year with renewable options. But when the lease is up, the parties' obligations to each other are done. That's that. That's the law in Colorado right now. Now, there's some nuances about notice and so forth if there are things in the bill. And by the way, there's a piece of the bill, not addressed by this amendment, but a piece of the bill that will deal with that later, and it's about a 45-minute discourse on how that works. But this is about this provision of requiring a landlord to enter into a new lease, in essence, or to offer up a new lease. It's not clear to me why the language which was first written here then is current. It says, if at the end of a lease period, comma, the tenant refuses to sign a new rental agreement with reasonable terms, what the amendment does is strikes the language if at the end of a lease period and substitutes language that just says if a tenant refuses to sign a new rental agreement with reasonable terms. I guess I could start, and I, by the way, I might advise clients to do this. As soon as the tenant moves in, whether they're a good tenant or a bad tenant or not at all, I might offer them the same lease with about a $250 a month rental increase just to cover myself. So, but now the language will read, if a tenant refuses to sign a new rental agreement with reasonable terms, the landlord may initiate a no-fault eviction of the tenant, so long as the landlord, and then there's a whole bunch of things. Now, those don't seem to be a problem. But you go to page 15, and this was curious to me. The amendment will strike line 24 on page 15. Now, what is line 24 on page 15? Well, you got to read a couple of lines up. It says, this subsection 3F does not apply if the rent payment is submitted within the cure period described in section 1340-104-1D or 1340-115-4. Effectively, what this is doing is removing the language 1340-115-4. Now, that means that you got to go to Title 13, Article 40, and to 115. So you know what you're striking, because you can't intelligently vote on this amendment unless you know what it is you're striking and why was it there to start with. So I got a 115.4. Now, 1340-115 is about judgments on forcible entry and detainer, which we'll discuss that process later when we get back to the bill. 1340-115-4, which we're striking, was going to say that this history of non-payment of rent, which was a reason to not renew a lease, that gives you the reason in this bill, but then you turn around and it says this subsection doesn't apply if the rent payment is submitted within the cure period of 104.1D or 115.4. That says, and this is what we're proposing to strike here, a landlord who provides a tenant with proper notice of non-payment shall accept payment of the tenant's full payment of all amounts due according to the notice, as well as any rent that remains due under the rental agreement at any time until a judge issues, got to turn the page here, a judgment for possession pursuant to subsection 1 or 2 of this section. A tenant may pay this amount to either the landlord or to the court once the court has confirmation that the full amount has been timely paid, and the court shall vacate any judgments that have been issued and dismiss the action with prejudice. The rights provided in subsection 4 may not be waived by any written agreement. I think this piece is okay, but I'm not really sure. And then the amendment, even with the stricken language, page 18, line 26, well, what is going on there? Page 18, line 26. Well, this is part of an overall scheme of what constitutes unlawful detention. Now, why is unlawful detention and what constitutes unlawful detention important in this bill, and why does it get dealt with in this amendment? Well, the bill sets a whole new section of Title 38, and it's going to be a new Part 13 to Article 12 of Title 38, so 38-12-13XX. But all that this new piece of the bill, as a lot of the pages are that, is sets up some rights it doesn't set up a procedure. The procedure for eviction is found in Title 13. Title 13 is where courts, processes, and procedures and other things are found in Colorado Revised Statutes. And Article 40 is the forcible entry and detainer, which is lawyer language for the eviction process. Now, page 18, line 26 of the bill deals with the question of when is a tenant engaged in an unlawful detention. You know, I have to say the law does everything it can to be opaque to the layperson because they use terms like unlawful detention and forcible entry and detainer for what we call eviction. And so the unlawful detention at 1340-104 is a key provision here for both the amendment and the bill overall. Because those are the things in 1340-104, those are the things that a judge in hearing an eviction case has to find one of those things to say, tenant, you got to leave. You're unlawfully where you are. You do not have a right of possession. Now, what happens on page 17 and 18 is some revisions to that. And some additions of things that constitute unlawful possession or possession without a right. Now, I don't know exactly why J1, well, I do kind of know why J1 is there on page 18 of the bill. It looks like it's granting an additional reason for unlawful detention, but really it's restricting the right of unlawful detention because it says when a tenant or lessee holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant, and then we add or lessee by the amendment. That seems to me like that's revisor statute kind of stuff. Doesn't really change things, but J1 really does. We've already talked about, and my colleague from the gated community of Douglas County, who is not overweight, who's not only not overweight, but was not raised in privileged circumstances whatsoever, but was a child of an armed services member raised in very modest circumstances in El Paso County, was successful in pointing out the problems with this. Now, this ends up reading, because of the change to the amendment, the strike, will end up reading, if the amendment passes, when a tenant or lessee holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant or lessee has engaged in conduct that is disturbing others or causing a nuisance, well, this is going to be a reason for unlawful detention. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. But being a lawyer, I know when there's a comma and then says which, conduct interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord if the landlord lives in the same or an immediately adjacent property, or other tenants or occupants of the same property, or by reason of negligence damage the housing accommodation, and 10 days' notice in writing has been duly served. I won't go on and on because that goes beyond the amendment into the bill. and we will have to deal with that as it comes. Members, I suppose at this point, L057, I don't, other than something the reviser could do, I don't know why we changed the language if at the end of a lease period. I suppose that means that a landlord could at least give notice far in advance. I urge neither an aye or a no. Let's take a vote and we'll move on to the other 3 hours that we need to discuss the bill. Thank you.
The motion on the table is the adoption of L57. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L57 is adopted. Seeing further discussion from Senator Smallwood. There should be an amendment. At the desk. Would the clerk please read L28?
L28, amend, reingross
Senator
bill,
Smallwood.
page 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've already spoken with the bill sponsors about this particular amendment. I believe they're going to view it as a friendly amendment, so we don't need to belabor the point. Simply aligning the definition of family member with the definition of family that's already set forth in 13.3.50311. Aligning with not only a definition of family that's been accepted in this body multiple times, but also by like 60% of the voters across the state of Colorado in 2020 when Proposition 118 passed. So would ask for your aye vote on Amendment 28.
Senator Smallwood, please move L28.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 28.
Proper motion. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have indeed had conversations with the good senator from Douglas County on this amendment, and we do view it as a friendly amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L28. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L28 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1098. Oh, there is discussion. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L33?
L33, amend, reingross bill, strike everything
Senator
below the
Mulligan.
enacting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L33.
To the amendment, Senator Mulligan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I've been listening to debate today. I've also had the privilege of going back and listening to debate in committee and really reading and digging into the bill. And, you know, one area of concern that I have on this bill is that after the first year, that it's essentially a contract or a lease in perpetuity for the landlord. You know, I can't find anywhere else, and I've talked to multiple individuals. I've even had a conversation with one of the sponsors of what does that look like? And, you know, is there anywhere or any other contracts that we could think of where one party of a contract is treated so differently than another party? While fully recognizing that there is a power dynamic, while fully recognizing that, you know, a lease may be different than some other contracts that we have, but to necessarily say that after a year, that unless you're fixing up the property or going to sell it or do something drastically different, that you have to stay in the contract is something that concerns me. And I want for the record to say that I would have the same concerns if we were requiring that from the tenant, that if we said to the tenant that as long as the landlord provides a habitable unit and lives up to their end of the lease or the contract, that you're not allowed to leave that contract. I find that concerning, and I think that I struggle with that. In that same breath, I want to recognize that I think that there's a lot of what the sponsors are trying to do and a lot of protections that the sponsors are putting in, and I've heard in committee that are valid and that we need to. And some of those concerns are in regards to protections around retaliation if a tenant reports a warranty of habitability issue. and that a landlord refuses to renew a lease if there is a warranty of habitability issue that the tenant reports. Or, we heard in committee as well, and we heard today, that fair housing laws don't apply throughout the lease or at renewal, that fair housing laws only apply at the time of the lease. And so, one of the sponsors mentioned multiple times in committee hearing that they wanted clarity, that they wanted protections, and I agree with that. And I think that that's what we're trying to do here in Amendment L33. Members, I would encourage you, if you don't have L33, to look at this, because I do think that it is addressing some of the concerns. And if you look in that first section, in Section 1, it specifically puts in language saying for protections on retaliation, it says refusing to renew a tenant's rental agreement upon expiration of the rental agreement, and that's in the warranty habitability area. So we're putting protections in there that there can't be that retaliation. Section 2 specifically in the unfair housing practices prohibited definition specifically puts in language saying, adds in or renew a rental agreement. And so really what we heard was that the fair housing law did not apply at that point. I definitely I don't believe that there should be any discrimination in regards to renewing a lease and what that looks like. And I think that fair housing law should apply there. And then if you flip it over to the next page, members, what we do address then is to make sure that we don't have that contract or that lease in perpetuity, and that we actually provide ample notice and a long runway for that tenant to get their affairs in order if the landlord chooses not to renew that lease. And we require a 120-day notice. That's 4 months. That's more than the bill calls for to make sure that tenant can get their affairs in order. And so we require a 120-day notice for non-renewal, and that if the landlord does not do that, that there is a penalty, that the landlord loses their deposit and the deposit that the tenant put forth, as well as 1 month's rent, which is another concern that I've heard, is that tenant doesn't have their ability to really kind of have the money to go and find another unit. And so if there is an instance where that landlord doesn't provide the required notice, that they are. And so, members, I really want to be clear that I appreciate the work that the sponsors have put in and that their proponents have put in, and that I don't disagree with a lot of what the overarching goal is, and I think that's represented here in Amendment L33. What I do have concerns with, though, is that we are creating a situation where one party of a contract is going to be forced to stay in that contract in perpetuity. And I think that is concerning to me. And so trying to address that, trying to find that middle ground here in Amendment 33, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This middle ground that the senator from Adams County proposes under L033 would strike the entire bill that we got to neutral with on the apartment association, that we got to neutral with the realtors, that we got to neutral with the governor. I have very much appreciated the conversations that we have had about this policy in depth and also in regards to other policies. That being said, this proposal does not fit underneath the title of House Bill 1098. For that reason, I request a title ruling.
Title ruling has been requested, but take a senatorial 5. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw my request for a title ruling and instead ask for a no vote on the amendment being discussed.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L, there is a discussion on Amendment L33. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L033, members, is what I describe as an elegant solution to this issue, which the senator from Thornton has correctly stated that there is a legitimate problem and concern here. There is a solution to this concern that runs 30 pages and is difficult in the implementation, creates much work for lawyers, much difficulty for landlords, many possibilities for gamesmanship on the part of tenants' attorneys, and forces people out of the market. Or there is what I refer to as an elegant solution because it's relatively short, it is straightforward, it doesn't upset 2 titles and 3 articles of the Colorado Revised Statute. What is the issue here? Now, maybe there are others that the sponsors of the bill would want to cover. But a principal one is the non-renewal of leases in inappropriate, discriminatory reasons. And that's dealt with pretty well by the Colorado Fair Housing Act. And I would argue today, and I would make clear the Colorado Supreme Court just last month found on a, I'm just looking at there was no dissent here. I think this was a unanimous vote with the Chief Justice not participating for some reason, but not for recusal. May have simply been absence or something. I don't know. The case of Miller versus Amos, in which very egregious facts on the part of the landlord who placed someone in a tenancy and did so in exchange for, non-renewed because the female tenant would not grant sexual favors to him. That was the allegation. Actually, the court hadn't found whether that's true or not. But the tenant raised that as a defense to non-renewal. And that would be gender discrimination, sex discrimination. And a trial court judge said, oh, you can't raise that at eviction. And the Colorado Supreme Court said, oh, yes, you certainly can. The Colorado Fair Housing Act makes that very clear. Well, what L33 does is ensure that for all purposes under the Colorado Fair Housing Act, all discriminatory purposes that a landlord might have, the landlord cannot non-renew the lease for that reason. That's why this is so straightforward. I believe after Miller versus Amos, and if L033 becomes the bill, landlords are going to have a difficult time somewhat in non-renewing, because a tenant, if they walk through the door of the courthouse, walk into the courtroom and say, I was non-renewed because I was old, I was non-renewed because of my race. I was non-renewed because of my gender, my sexual orientation, etc. The court is going to look to the landlord and say, you need to prove to us that you have a valid reason to non-renew. That's what's going to happen here. I commend the senator from Thornton for his drafting of what is a very straightforward and important change to the law of landlord tenancy, because it says you cannot be non-renewed for a discriminatory purpose. And if you're evicted when the non-renewal occurs, you can use the defense that it is retaliation for your complaint about the discrimination. Retaliation or based upon discrimination. Members, this is a very important bill. It will save thousands, if not millions of dollars. It will be straightforward. It will be helpful. And by the way, on page 2, it creates a remedy and a requirement for non-renewal. This will be new. Now, I think this is kind of tough for landlords. I mean, I think they're going to have to pay attention. They're going to have to give if they're going to not renew a tenant, they're going to have to give 120 days notice before the termination. So 4 months. 4 months. They are ahead of the termination of the lease. They're going to have to say to the tenant, I intend not to renew. And if they fail to provide that notice 120 days in advance before the termination, they're going to have to pay the tenant the amount. This is like liquidated damages. This is for putting the tenant in the lurch. They're going to have to pay 1 month's rent, and any remaining, and landlords are not going to like this, any remaining deposit paid by the tenant and held by the landlord. This is not going to be, just to be clear, this is not going to be something that's just easy for landlords to disregard, or that there won't be consequences for those of you that are concerned. I would be advising my clients who might be landlords, people who might call me up that are residential landlords, have a onesie or twosie, maybe a duplex or something. You know, you need to pay attention about this, and you need to be careful. And if you're going to non-renew someone, you need to articulate to me, because you'll have to articulate to the judge, what your basis for non-renewal is, and it cannot be a discriminatory or retaliatory reason. That in only 2 pages. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll reiterate that the language that we've contemplated under 1098 has been agreed to by the Colorado Apartment Association, by the realtors, by our dear governor. Why do we stand in opposition to the amendment being proposed by the senator from Adams County? I want to spend a little bit of time here and actually refer back to the court case that the good senator from Colorado Springs spoke to momentarily ago. Miller v. Amos was about discrimination, and in the end of that case, the court reasoned that a landlord may file a notice to quit, and this is quote, quote, for no reason or for any reason, end quote. And in so doing, in the decision, the court concluded that a claim of a discriminatory or retaliatory eviction under the Colorado Fair Housing Act is not a defense to a forced entry and detainer action, otherwise known as an eviction, based on a notice to quit. Construing Miller and Amos's oral agreement as a month-to-month tenancy and finding no defect in the notice to quit, the court entered judgment for possession in favor of Amos. That case is currently under appeal, but colleagues, you want to understand what this means? Should we adopt L033? It means tomorrow, your landlord can wake up and decide to evict you for no reason at all. And if you decide that, in between the $6,000 that it costs to find a new place, first month's, last month's, and deposit, if you also have, the good fortune of being able to afford an attorney to do this, or if you find an attorney who's willing to take on this case, it's going to languish for months. Because while eviction court cases move quickly, extraordinarily quickly, discrimination cases languish, take months to bring to court, to go through discovery, to interview witnesses, to take statements, and to go to trial. So if you want to tie landlords up in a lot of litigation, adopt this amendment. If you want a straightforward path, vote no.
Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to sponsors. I can appreciate and definitely recognize the work that the sponsors have put into this bill and the changes that they've made, and and I can appreciate that the fact that there's certain groups that may not be engaged on this bill anymore. But that's not my job's not down here to represent these groups. My job's down here to represent my constituents. And I think when we look at Amendment L33, members, I had the opportunity to go back and listen to the committee hearing. And that is where these concepts came from. I want to be clear that I am in support of trying to find protections that we heard about from committee, from the sponsors, that the sponsors specifically spoke to that fair housing laws didn't apply throughout the lease or at renewal. The sponsors spoke to the fact that there's retaliation when tenants report habitability of warranty issues. That we heard that, and that the sponsors wanted clarity. And so I took that to heart because I did have an issue with the bill, and I told the sponsors I would love to get to a place where I can support this bill because I do struggle with the concept of one party being held to a contract in perpetuity. Doesn't matter the party. If we reverse this and that party was the tenant here, I would be up here with the same exact concerns because I don't think that we should require one party to be held in perpetuity to a contract once that contract is over. And so in Amendment L33, we do see those protections laid out here. We do see protections in regards to retaliation for reporting warranty of habitability issues. We see fair housing law changing and having that apply throughout the lease and at time of renewal. And members, even with a notice of non-renewal, we provide a long runway, 120 days, with consequences if that landlord doesn't provide those 120 days. And so really tried to hear what the sponsor said and agree with trying to find those protections. And the sponsors are right. The good senator from Denver that landlords may not like this. landlords may not like it, and some may have issues with it that they have to defend at. But I'll tell you right now that I believe that we shouldn't have discrimination when somebody goes to renew their lease. I don't believe that somebody should be discriminated against based on their race or their gender when we go to renew a lease. And so I fully support that, and I'm willing to have those conversations. But really, members, Amendment L33 comes from things I heard from the sponsors during committee while still trying to address to make sure that we don't keep one party in a contract in perpetuity and treat them so drastically different. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on, I think, the groups that I heard. The apartment association is in a monitor position. Yeah, they're in a monitor position. They're not in agreement. They still think the bill is terrible, and many of their members still disagree with it. It's the same for the realtors. They're not in agreement. They're in a monitor position. That's a big difference. They're just now monitoring. They got some amendments. Now they're going to monitor to see what happens. So let's just talk about the bill at hand, Section 1, or the amendment at hand in Section 1 in L0033, where it talks about the prohibition on retaliation and what that means. Because it's like we were being implied that, so it's a prohibition on retaliation that landlords will still be able to evict for no reason at all, I think was the language that I heard. So let me just go to 38-12-509 in the statute. Prohibition on retaliation. You see in this amendment, it has Roman numeral 3, Roman numeral 4, Roman numeral 5. Well, in 1B, well, there is a Roman numeral 1 and a Roman numeral 2. And then there is a number 2 in 38-12-509. So here's what 509 says. A landlord shall not retaliate against a tenant by engaging in any of the activities specified below in 1B of this section in response to the tenant. So they can't retaliate. They have to have a good faith complaint to the landlord has to be made, but you cannot retaliate if there's a complaint made. So you can't retaliate against that. As a landlord, you can't retaliate. You can't retaliate if the tenants are organizing as a group. Can't retaliate. That's what's in that 1 and 2. And then there is 3. You can't retaliate if you're a landlord by bringing or threatening to bring an action for possession. So you can't threaten them that you're going to bring an action forward for possession. Can't threaten them. As a landlord, you can't, this is number 4, take action, and this is, it's written here. You can't take an action in any manner that intimidates, threatens, discriminates against, or retaliates against a tenant. So that's already in there. And then we're adding in a new number 5. So a landlord can't retaliate by refusing to renew a tenant's rental agreement upon the expiration of the rental agreement. Probably not language that I like that well, but it's a heck of a lot better what's in the rest of this bill, in the original 1098. So we're adding in a new prohibition on retaliation. You cannot retaliate as a landlord by refusing to renew a tenant's rental agreement upon the expiration of the rental agreement. And then you have to go to number 2 in 38-12-509. And it says that if a landlord retaliates against a tenant in violation of subsection 1, which I was just reading from, if they retaliate against a tenant in violation of this section, then the tenant may terminate their rental agreement and recover an amount not more than 3 months periodic rent or 3 times the tenant's actual damages. So they can either get 3 months worth of their rent or 3 times the tenant's actual damages, whichever is greater, plus reasonable attorney fees and costs. If you're wondering about what is reasonable, then you should have to come up here to the microphone and talk about that. But anyways, I'm listening over here. But anyway, so it's saying we're adding in a new reason why you can't retaliate. And then this strike below is giving additional protections to residential tenants. And remember, it's giving them an additional where you can't retaliate. And if the landlord does retaliate by refusing to renew a tenant's rental agreement upon the expiration of the rental agreement, just flat out refusing to do it, and threatening them and all this other stuff. So if the landlord retaliates, then a tenant has the ability to terminate the rental agreement and recover not more than 3 months' rent or 3 times the tenant's actual damages, plus reasonable attorney fees and costs. Plus attorney fees and costs. What is reasonable? So this is a huge, this is for the tenants. This is additional protection for the residential tenant that actually would probably work. So again, it's not that you can't evict somebody for no reason at all, but if you, as a landlord, refuse to renew a tenant's rental agreement upon the expiration of the rental agreement, then that's considered a retaliation, and then for that, the tenant can get either 3 months' rent, or if there were actual damages that occurred, 3 times the amount of their actual damages, plus reasonable attorney fees and costs. I would urge an aye vote on L033.
Senator, for discussion, the motion is the adoption. Senator Gardner to the amendment, L033.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, the more I study L033, the more I admire both the sponsor and the drafter. As a good senator from Weld County has talked about, and I want to talk about a little more, this amendment, without creating 30 pages of additional procedure, and if this, then this, and you got to do this and you got to do that, it has done in 2 pages a good deal of what the bill itself does, and maybe more. Maybe more. I have a confession to make about L033. If it had come in front of me as the initial bill, I would have been going, I'd have been apoplectic. It was not. And yet, when you take a step back and you think about, well, there's a problem, there really is. There are some bad landlords. They take advantage of tenants. The case of Miller versus Amos is one that when I read what are really allegations, but they're pretty egregious, way egregious, of saying to a female tenant, well, if really, if you won't sleep with me, I'm not going to renew your lease. The first thing that happens is you get to use that claim under the Fair Housing Act or that claim under 38, Article 38, Title 38, Article 12, Section 5 for habitability provisions and all, which are being, by the way, amended to make them stronger than they are. It creates, in conjunction with all of that existing law and law that is being made today in the habitability bill, an entire and I hope coherent scheme for a tenant to not be evicted or non-renewed for some impermissible purpose, simply by adding non-renewal. And if you look at the amendment, first it goes into 3812.509, currently 3812.509, and this is 3812.501, is obligation to maintain residential premises, meaning habitability, and unlawful removal, and it sets up all the definitions. And again, those are being strengthened, if you will. And you get to 509, and it has prohibitions on retaliation. A landlord shall not retaliate against a tenant by engaging in any of the activities specified in subsection 1B. This is going to be one of the activities. Non-renewal is one of the activities that will be listed in 1B. In response to the tenant having made a good faith complaint, etc., prohibited retaliation includes, and we're going to add, refusing to renew a tenant's rental agreement upon the expiration. There's no 120-day out. You do have to give a notice now, though, so the tenant has some, has some chance to go see a tenant's rights attorney, frankly, or decide whether they want to bother or whether they want to deal with that landlord. And it says a tenant may assert as a defense to the landlord's action for possession, including an action for possession based on a non-monetary violation, etc. So that's a defense to your eviction. And then it says, if the landlord retaliates against the tenant in violation of subsection 1B, that would be the non-renewal or any of these other things that are addressed in the 30 pages, but it does it in 2 pages here. The tenant may terminate the rental agreement. They don't have to. And recover an amount of no more than 3 months periodic rent. I think the remedies are less in the 30 pages than 3 months. Or 3 times the tenant's actual damages. That's treble damages. I have to tell you, we, on the defendant side, we really despise treble damages, but that's what we've got, and that's what this bill's going to do. That's why I say it's less in words and more in remedy. And then it says, you get the greater of those plus reasonable attorney fees and costs. So attorneys are going to be willing to take a good, valid retaliation case. Now, it says reasonable attorney fees. I have always wondered, all the time I've been a lawyer, I've always wondered, does the adjective reasonable there, is that modifying the word attorney, or is that modifying the word fees? Because sometimes I deal in my profession, and I don't know if I've found, other than myself, I'm a reasonable attorney, but the guys on the other side are not so reasonable. All joking aside, reasonable attorney's fees and costs. Reasonable attorney's fees and costs these days, $350, $400 an hour. In Metro Denver, I'm sure. You know, a landlord's got to think twice about this. This amendment is not, in so many ways, I would tell you it's not better for landlords in terms of their conduct. It is not better for landlords in terms of their liability if they do not act properly with respect to their tenants. But it is better with respect to their ability to comply. It is better with respect to them understanding and knowing what their obligations are. It doesn't build a whole new process and procedure that they are not already subject to. And I think there might be room at the courthouse to argue that without this bill, you could still make the case about non-renewal. But this makes it very clear. Makes it very clear, and it makes it, you know, frankly, if you're a plaintiff's attorney, it makes it a target of opportunity for you. I mean, if you want to incentivize landlords, I get it. I get it. But we want to incentivize them to do the right thing, not punish them when they do the wrong thing. I mean, if they do the wrong thing, there has to be consequence. But the primary goal of any statute like this ought to be to encourage and incentivize the person regulated, the entity regulated, in this case landlords, to do the right thing. Not make it difficult for them to do the right thing or to know what the right thing is or to comply. That's what L033, why I call it so elegant, is because it makes it straightforward. It makes it possible. And at the same time, I would argue that in some instances, the penalties on landlords may be actually greater than they are under the bill language itself. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion's the adoption of L33. All those in favor say, a division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L33. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L033 is lost. The motion is any further discussion on 1098? Seeing none, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Have had, over the course of a number of days, conversations with one of the two bill sponsors, for which I am grateful. Always look forward to the opportunity to learn and understand another's perspective more clearly. This particular bill, 1098, has for me the trifecta. It offends me based on philosophy, it offends me based on principle, and it offends me based on the details. Now, when you're trying to legislate your way forward on something like that, you begin with the details frequently because it's always hard to get somebody's philosophy to change, somebody's principles to change. So you work in the details. That's what Amendment L33 now passed, or now failed, now dead. Passed, I was thinking in the sense of having passed, as in dead, actually started to address some of the details and began to work in a way that would have caused me to say, yeah, I still really am struggling with some of the principles that 1098, as amended, had 33 gotten on, offends, but at least in detail, it's better. Well, 33 is now gone, and so that is not a potential. So my arguments against the bill are based on principle and based on philosophy. The fundamental principle we have here is a tenant now can stay in perpetuity, essentially, and therefore you have a transfer of ownership rights. The individual actually owns the property, does not have the capacity to do with that property what that owner, or Senator Smallwood was earlier saying, what she would like to do with that property, and I agree with that characterization. So, and the reason that this happens is you can't evict except for cause. You can't, an individual now, this new language that we have, a non-renewal is now a no-fault eviction. We're, I think, quite frankly, as I mentioned earlier, we're tainting the language. We're making a property owner's, we're making her ability to do with her property what she would do with her property something that is, maybe not so good. It's now an eviction if she wants to just do with her property, maintain it, repair it, move into it herself, let her children move into it, let another tenant move into it. It is challenged, and the language is now just describing as she has to do this word which has negative connotation. She must evict. Well, you can only evict for cause.
There's a member of the desk. Would the clerk please read L042?
L042, amend read gross bill, page 7, line 15, after, quote, only, end quote, insert, quote, when a tenant's rental agreement has expired and the tenant continues to occupy the residential premises, and, unquote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L042.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much. Had the opportunity to share this amendment with the bill sponsor the end of last week. We've been trying to work forward in this process, this progression, this behavior of sharing the concepts early on so you can actually get into a meaningful discussion of them. What Amendment L042 does on page 7 of the bill, reminding you it's a 30-page bill with all sorts of actions in it, but it reaches into page 7, causes for eviction required, no-fault evictions, and establishes to restore some property rights to the landlord. It gives her the ability to say that a rental agreement has expired and therefore now I have cause to move forward with this non or no fault eviction. In the bill on page 7, starting on line 9, you will find it is a recitation of some elements of 3812-1303, cause for eviction required, no fault evictions. 1, a landlord shall not serve a notice to terminate tenancy or a demand for possession or otherwise proceed with an action for unlawful detainer pursuant to Article 40 of Title 13 unless there is cause for the eviction. You continue on line 14. This number 2 is for the purposes of subsection 1 of this section, which is cause, that subsection 1 of this section 1 is cause, exists only, and then here enters the amendment. only when a tenant's rental agreement has expired and the tenant continues to occupy the residential premises, and as described, and then it goes on to discuss other elements of cause allowed under the bill. So the purpose of this amendment is to get at that detail, principle, philosophically underwritten idea that when she owns the property, she should have the rights to enforce a contract associated with that property. It therefore restores to that landlord, it gives her that ability to say the end of the lease is cause, and therefore you must move on, find another place. And quite frankly, I have a network of friends who rent properties and would love to connect you up with, et cetera. We can hope that there's a positive conversation that comes out of that. Now, I like this particular approach even better than 33 because 33 required that landlord to remember to 120 days before the end of the lease to remind the tenant that they had signed an agreement that would last for at least 1 year, and that at the end of that agreement, the agreement's over and you can either renew or not, depending on what's going on in the two parties' lives and circumstances. This simply gives the landlord, it gives her the ability to say, I now have cause, the lease is ended, you, under the new law, as created in 1030 or 1098, you must surrender the property so I may do other things with it. Because after all, it is her property to do with what she wants to do, not the land or not the tenants. I urge your support of Amendment L042.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to acknowledge and give appreciation to the discussion that was initiated and the sharing of concepts for what amendments might look like from the minority leader. I want to acknowledge that. That said, there was not an agreement on this because I think, as was kind of alluded to, this amendment, it guts the bill. That the bill is about providing stability for renters and ensuring that when they are forced to exit the property, not of their choosing, that there is a valid reason for that. This strikes any of those reasons and says at the end of the lease, if you've done everything right, never been a problem, we can still say that you have to move on. And I mentioned in my opening comments a lot of the concerns about where does this actually happen. It's when a tenant does do everything right, and the thing they did that's a problem is they asserted their rights. They asserted their rights under warrant of habitability. They asserted their rights against other tenants who are creating a harmful environment. They decided to assert themselves and the rights that are ostensibly provided them under law right now. So again, I ask for a no vote on L42.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as always, I think these amendments get offered and people just kind of vote. I don't know, they vote the way people around them do. They vote and more of them say no than aye, and then the ayes have it, and then you say, if you nudge somebody next to you and say, what did we just vote on? They go, I don't know. I know that never happens to you, but that's why it's important to take a look at L042. What the senator from Monument is proposing here is a good idea. You go to page 7 of the re-engrossed bill, line 15. Now, you kind of got to start at line 9 because it says cause for eviction required, no fault evictions. And it first says, to get you down to line 15, it says the landlord shall not serve a notice to terminate tenancy or demand for possession or otherwise proceed with an action for unlawful detainer pursuant to Article 40, we talked about that earlier, of Title 13 unless there's cause for the eviction. Okay? Okey doke. then it says, for the purposes of subsection 1, cause exists only. And then it has a list. But as the Senator from Monument points out, we're talking about renewals and non-renewals here. So only when a tenant's rental agreement has expired and the tenant continues to occupy the residential premises and. So this gets to the heart of what we're trying to do here is deal with the non-renewals. Right now, Title 38, Article 40, or Title 13, Article 40, I'm sorry, the unlawful detainer requires cause. It does. Already requires cause. One cause is not paying your rent. Another cause is your lease expired. Now, this sets a limit on that. And then there's whole sets of other things. And by the way, as we discussed in L033, there are already limits on retaliation. So what are we doing in this 30 pages? Except creating more work for lawyers. I often say to my friends, I'm so looking forward to finishing my service, and they say, why, won't you miss it? And I say, well, I've voted against, but nevertheless seen pass so much opportunity for lawyers like myself. I can't wait to cash in. People say, do you want to come back and lobby? And I say, no, I have to wait 2 years for that, but I can go to the courthouse and take advantage of all the stuff that got passed while I was there. I can do it now if I could find the time. L042 puts some limit on this to what we're talking about. It doesn't, without changing the other law, which isn't repealed, lawyers are going to be looking at this going, which applies and so forth. You know, I'll tell you a little story, and it's apropos this amendment or any other. Before I came to the House, before I was elected to the House, I practicing law, and I had copies of those red books on a shelf right behind my desk, you know, and I could spin my chair around. I have a coffee cup that says, sometimes the best thing about my job is that the chair spins, and that was kind of the thing some days. And I spin my chair around, and I pull one of those red books off the shelf, and I'd open it up to read something that applied in a case, and I'd read something, and I'd say, what? I know you never read these statutes and go, what? But I'm a simple country lawyer, and I'd go, what? And then I go, well, what were they thinking? This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense at all. What were they thinking? Turns out, once I got to the House, and now that I'm in my last session here, I know they weren't thinking anything at all. That's why I want to take the time to explain L042 to you, because it is a good amendment. It places a reasonable fence around what it is that we're trying to get at here without sweeping too broadly, without raising questions about what about all that other stuff that's already in the law. And, you know, helps in not, even though those 30 pages still exist, it will help limit the instances in which all of that process and procedure, which is going to be confusing to tenants, confusing to landlords, and lucrative to their lawyers. it does that. I ask for an aye vote on L042.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L042? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L042. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. L2 is lost. L042 is lost. Any further discussion on the bill? Yes, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is certainly a generally challenging topic and challenging to folks who are trying to provide housing to residents of our great state. I want to quote, forgive me for repeating because I said this probably 3 weeks ago, but I want to quote a conversation that I had with a good friend of mine who is a landlord. And I didn't realize until talking with him, say a month ago, just how many apartments that he owns. He says he owns 30 apartment complexes. So he's very, very serious at this. He's a kind person, very professional, and I'm certain treats his tenants with all due respect and accommodation. But he told me that with bills like this that continue to put the squeeze on landlords and make it difficult for them to be in business, stay in business in Colorado, he goes, I don't know how landlords will do it. And I said, well, how are you doing it? And he says, I'm not. He says, of my 30 apartment complexes, none of them are in the state of Colorado, even though he lives in Colorado. There is an exception in House Bill 1098. There is an exception in House Bill 1098, exception 2.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L029?
L029, amendment reading gross bill, page 6.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the exception that is given is on page 6 of the engrossed. Thank you. I will start out by moving L029. Thank you to my colleagues for coaxing me along.
Thank you, Senator Baisley, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So L029 addresses, page 6 of the bill that addresses exceptions to the bill, and it starts out reading, this Part 13 applies to every residential premises in the state, except that this Part 13 does not apply to a short-term rental property. That's good. It would be extra tough. But then it goes on in the next several lines to describe other exceptions. And the first part that's in the existing bill describes properties where the owner is also a tenant, lives and maintains the property along with the other tenants. And then moves on to describe, single-family home with attached unit. So it's all geared towards these smaller units, but in particular, the requirement that the owner is also a resident there. And so what this amendment attempts to do is clean that up to no longer require that the smaller landlord live on the premises, but rather just require or just make the exception for all residential premises that consist of fewer than 5 dwelling units. So I think it covers all that very well, and it eliminates the requirement that for these smaller, less than 5 dwelling units, that the owner reside with the other tenants. So I ask for an aye vote on L029.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to extend my appreciation to the good senator from Woodland Park for giving me the opportunity to have this conversation. Because I have often heard from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, well, what about the mom and pops? What about the small landlords? And respectfully, I don't think that your friend who owns 30 apartment complexes would be impacted by your amendment. But that being said, I want to explain why I stand in opposition to this particular carve-out. Now, you will see that in the beginning of the bill, when we're talking about the applicability section, the section that begins on page 6, line 5, right? We do carve out short-term rentals, dwelling units, or other portions of a residential premises if the owner or master tenant lives in and maintains the residential premises, so on and so forth. A mobile home space, residential premises that is leased to a tenant pursuant to an employer-provided housing agreement, a residential tenant who has not been a tenant of the residential premises for at least, now, as per amendment, now that we've adopted the committee report from local government, now for 12 months, and F, a residential tenant who is not known to the landlord to be a tenant of the residential premises, meaning if you're not on the lease, it doesn't apply. However, the reason that I have a immediate negative reaction, and in the spirit of education and sharing some information and insight, I want to underscore the reason why I have such a visceral and negative reaction. And that's because in 1964, back when the United States Congress was initially negotiating and discussing the Fair Housing Act. You'll also recall that this was a time in which we were talking about the laws of civil rights and the laws of equality writ large. There became this idea that took hold within Congress around this, and it was very both racialized and gendered. And I want to say that on the beginning. And I want to take a little bit of time just to explain why I have such a visceral reaction to this. But within the Fair Housing Act, Section 3603B2 was referred to as the Mrs. Murphy exemption, which exempted dwellings, small landlords, such as a very similar echo as to what we see now presented before us in this Amendment 29. I'm here and I'm reading from Reaching Mrs. Murphy, a call for repeal of the Mrs. Murphy exemption to the Fair Housing Act by James D. Walsh, which was published in the Harvard Civil Rights, Civil Liberties Law Review back in 1999. And look, I'm not going to read the, I don't know how long this is, 40-page article. There was, what I will say, though, however, was that Mrs. Murphy was an imaginary figment of this, one of the members of Congress's imaginations. And he put forward this idea of, think of Mrs. Murphy as a mechanism to thereafter allow, in order to protect at the time, and again, this was 1964, white women from having to associate with black tenants. That was the underscore of the debate back in 1964. The Mrs. Murphy, and now I'm going to read from this article. The Mrs. Murphy concept predates the Fair Housing Act, having its origins in the discussions that led to the passage of Title II of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title II prohibits discrimination or segregation in any place of public accommodation as defined in this section. Republican Senator George D. Eichen of Vermont coined the term Mrs. Murphy when he reportedly suggested that Congress integrate the Waldorf and other large hotels, but permit the Mrs. Murphys, who run small rooming houses all over the country, to rent out their rooms to whom they choose. So on and so forth. The term Mrs. Murphy became the shorthand to describe that exemption. And so for that reason, I just want to, in the spirit of discussion and debate and conversation, I want to express why I have such a strong negative reaction. It's also, though, as we've been trying to craft the policy and as we've worked really diligently with small landlords, it's why we put forward and narrowed the applicability to 3812 in 3812-1302, page 6, in order to recognize that there are some units to whom this bill should not apply. And you see that here. It is with, though, great opposition that I ask for a no vote on Amendment L029. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L029 and acknowledge and want to honor and name the sensitivity to the issues that have just been described. I want to go ahead and further call out that nothing in this amendment would have any kind of a negative impact on the fair housing laws of the federal government or any others. Those are intended to engage with who you may or may not allow to have property, rent property to, et cetera. That remains in full force. This amendment has absolutely no effect on that. And I would say that part of the challenging history that has just been described is something that I think all of us find challenging and are glad it's history and want to keep it that way. We want to make sure that is in fact what it is. This particular amendment is simply an exception or an exemption in the exemptions section of the bill. It's the applicability is the word used. This Part 13 applies to every residential premises in the state, except that this Part 13 does not apply to A, short-term rental, B, a dwelling unit or other portion of residential. And then it goes on to break out a whole bunch of complicated ways of describing things similar to, but not as conclusive as, a unit that's 5 dwellings or less. This amendment simply says 5 dwellings or less. So we make it really clear that it's just smaller things. We're not talking about those gigantic apartment complexes. We're talking about the mom and pop here. We're talking about the mom and mom, perhaps. I mean, the reality is we're talking about the folks that have cobbled together some money, invested in real estate, and would like to have the authority that they always thought they had expressed in their property rights over the property that they own. This amendment simply says, for those small individuals who are willing to put the roofs over the lives of friends and acquaintances who hopefully will become friends, tenants is the other word we would use, but it's 5 dwellings or less. Let's let those people be free from this continuation of the death of 1,000 cuts of all landlords in Colorado, the expansion of the expense of housing affordability, the fact that it makes housing less and less affordability, and let's not be part of this effort, 1098, that will in fact make rents go up. Let's not do that. Let's accept this amendment, 029, acknowledge it for what it is, an awareness that in our rush to achieve a specific goal, we're forgetting about some other people, and they're small players too. They're the landlords. Mom and pops is the phrase we would commonly use, that have just one, perhaps small unit in the game. Mr. Chair, thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L029. You've heard me rail today about 30 pages, complicated, making it difficult for people to decide whether they have to comply, what's the compliance, and so forth. And there may be a reason why we say on page 6 what's going to become 1312, 1302. This Part 13 applies to every residential premises in the state except that this Part 13 does not apply to. And then you start getting this list. A short-term rental property. Well, okay. Now, it is interesting that I live in I don't know, live is probably not quite the word. I put my things in a short-term rental property not far from the Capitol during the session, and it has more than 5 units, but they're short-term, so that's fine. Then you say a dwelling unit or other portion of a residential premises if the owner or master tenant lives in and maintains the residential premises as the owner's or master tenant's primary residence, or if the owner of the residential premises lives in a property that is adjacent to the residential premises and that the owner maintains as the owner's primary residence and the residential premises or the owner's adjacent property, is a single-family home with or without an accessory dwelling unit that is located on the same lot and attached, semi-attached, or unattached to the single-family home, a duplex or a triplex, and is not a multifamily property of 4 or more dwelling units. And then we say a mobile home space. So I read that through and I thought to myself, well, if I was doing a continuing legal education course or continuing education for real estate property management professionals, and I was telling them what this law, what Part 13 applies to or doesn't apply to, I'd tell them, after I read it and I studied it and thought about it, I'd tell them, doesn't apply to short-term rentals, doesn't apply to residential premises fewer than 5 dwelling units. Fewer than 5. Or a mobile home space. "13 lines we've got here to say it doesn't apply to residential premises fewer than 5. Don't you love legislative drafting? There could be a nuance there that I'm missing about something that gets swept up in all this. And if there is, that's, then we ought to ask ourselves, is the nuance worth the confusion or not? Looks like it's fewer than 5. I suppose you might say, well, what if you had 5 there and 5 there and 5 there? I suppose another line would cure that. But I don't think it's not the way things are built. They're duplexes, triplexes mainly. I think I may have seen quadruplexes, a couple of places in Colorado Springs, but why resist this amendment? It's simple. As I said with respect to the senator from Thornton's amendment, it's elegant. Fewer than 5. Fewer than 5. So sometimes when I used to pull those red books off the shelf and read things, I would say to myself, I wouldn't say what were they thinking, I would say to myself, I think they were overthinking this. I think they were overthinking this. Vote aye on L029.
Thank you. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick review of it. When you're a small owner of properties that you're renting and you're already working to comply with all the rules, all the laws, hoping you don't step on a landmine accidentally and get yourself in trouble, and then here comes 30 more pages. And the simple part that L29 seeks to replace is that this would not apply to a duplex or a triplex or a single-family home without an attached dwelling unit. Then the language gets a little more confusing. Is not a multi-family property of 4 or more dwelling units. So kind of went around the corner a few times on that otherwise brief sentence. But when these smaller owners of rental properties are wondering if they would comply with this exception, try to follow this language in the current system, the current writing, current engrossed bill. An exception to a dwelling unit or other portion of a residential premises if the owner or master tenant lives in and maintains the residential premises as the owner's or master tenant's primary residence, or if the owner of the residential premises lives in a property that is adjacent to the residential premises and that the owner maintains as the owner's primary residence and the residential premises or the owner's adjacent property. All of that, or what L29 would say, replace all of that verbiage with if the residential premises includes fewer than 5 dwelling units. Let's straighten this out, clean it up, make it simpler, more to the point, and get the same job done as all of those other words that are exhaustive. I ask for an aye vote on L29.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L029? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L029. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L029 is lost. We're back to the bill. Senator Smallwood. There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L062?
L062, Amendment
Senator
address
Smallwood.
bill.
Thank you much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 62.
To the amendment.
So, colleagues, Amendment 62, which I shared with one of the bill sponsors, did not get an opinion yet, but would love to hear one. I think, hopefully, my goal is to thread the needle between making sure that we're not undermining what the sponsors want to do ultimately with the bill, while at the same time providing some protections in the examples that I have been going over and over and over, using my personal experience as a landlord and some of the trials and tribulations that especially folks when we're talking about smaller landlords probably don't have a manager, property manager, and a whole team of people dealing with, concerns and maintenance and problems and compliments. This is what I'm trying to do with this bill, is provide a little bit of protection, again, in doing my best to not undermine any of the major parts of the bill. So what you'll notice in Amendment 62 is I'm looking at page 8 first on the re-engrossed version. And if you read page 8, you'll notice that when we're dealing with bad tenant conduct, which is what my concern is that I've been sharing with you, for when a tenant has engaged in conduct that creates a nuisance or a disturbance that interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord or other tenants at the property or where the tenant is negligently damaging the property. That's the first part of this. So you'll notice, at least the way I read page 8, lines 22 through 26, and perhaps the bill sponsors don't agree with me on it, but the way I saw it is that this is basically saying that the landlord needs to basically be at the property. The landlord needs to live at the property in order to experience these protections. And so the other two parts, if you flip over to page 19, and you'll see this was the concern that I addressed with one of the prior amendments that we were discussing, lines 1 through 3. It says, again, we're talking about a tenant creating a nuisance. So we're already, colleagues, if this helps at all, we've already established that the tenant is creating a nuisance. So this isn't a definition of is this a nuisance or isn't this a nuisance. We've already established that the tenant is creating a nuisance, but it's saying that it's interfering with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord, and this is the part I have a problem with that I mentioned before. If the landlord lives in the same or an immediately adjacent property. Senators, why does it matter where the landlord lives? If we're trying to establish a little bit of protections for a tenant that's creating a nuisance, we clearly are calling out the fact that we don't want the quiet enjoyment of the landlord to be infringed upon. What does it matter where she lives? What does it matter if she lives right there in the same complex or in a house next door, or if it's like me, where I lived a mile away? Does it matter? I think what we're trying to do is establish that, yes, with all of the other, 30 pages of provisions, I would say that at the very least, if we can extend the same protections to the landlord that lives 100 yards away as if they do 1,000 yards away, this would help tremendously, in my opinion, with the bill. Same page, lines 10 and 11, basically accomplishing the same thing. Again, we've established that the tenant is creating a nuisance. We're trying to provide some protections for that landlord. So ask yourselves, if you wouldn't mind, does it really matter how close to the nuisance-creating tenant that the landlord happens to live, or would we like for that protection to extend to the landlord regardless of where she lives? What do you think? All right, would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 62.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really interesting that our previous discussion, first at 56 and then at 57, when we were talking about expanding and actually referring back to the criminal statute, that my colleagues on from the other party spoke in opposition to that, and yet now here, when we were trying to actually expand the protections for landlords, but now come forward with Amendment L062. To be clear, and I want to ground myself in the language of the section of the bill that the good senator from Parker is referring to. We're looking at page 19 of the re-engrossed bill. And that begins actually at the bottom of page 18. When a tenant or lessee holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant has engaged in conduct that is disturbing others or causing a nuisance, which conduct interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord, if the landlord lives in the same or an immediately adjacent property, or other tenants or occupants of the same property, or by reason of negligence damaged the housing accommodation, and so on and so forth. What L062 seeks to do is to protect against the issue in which a landlord, a tenant, a problem tenant, is going to the landlord's home or the landlord's place of business. Colleague, that's called trespass. That's already a criminal statute, punishable by criminal penalties. There's no need to expand L062 because those are already crimes. 1098 in no way repeals Title 18. Criminal statutes still apply, y'all. So respectfully, I ask for a no vote on L062.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments from Senator from Denver, although I'm not sure I understand them. And I'm certainly not dismissing the possibility that I've drafted the amendment incorrectly, which is a possibility. So in the example that I give, first of all, trespassing is pretty clear when it comes to creating a nuisance and ruining somebody's quiet enjoyment. I think it's quite possible to do that. I've experienced it happening without it being the crime of trespassing. Somebody, I mean, I'll be hyperbolic for a second. You know, we all read in the news where a protest was happening outside an elected official's office, or outside an elected official's home in Aurora, and they're staging a protest outside that elected official's home, and I believe that they were doing that fully legally and without trespassing, but they were certainly infringing, I would think, if you were to ask her, on the quiet enjoyment of that person's existence. And again, it's a hyperbolic example, probably a poor analogy, but I don't think it's fair to say that just because the landlord doesn't live at the same property or an adjacent property, that any further action that could be taken by a renter would fall into the category more than likely of trespassing. I think there's a galactic amount of gray area between those two. So would encourage us to reconsider that, and again, would ask the sponsors if I'm misreading the amendment itself. What I am trying to do, let me try to reframe it this way. What I'm trying to do is to make sure that a landlord who is being, I use the word tortured, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that, by a tenant who is diabolically intelligent enough to make sure that they're not crossing the line into a criminal offense like harassment. And the way that I read the re-engrossed bill is that those protections are really only in place if the landlord lives at the same or an adjacent property. And if I'm misreading the re-engrossed version, in all transparency, I would love an opportunity to to perhaps redraft this amendment now that you know where I'm coming from. And again, that doesn't seem outrageous to me. I find it hard that anybody in this room would say, oh no, we want protections for landlords, it's all in the bill, we want that, but we only want those protections if they live right there or next door. I don't think that's what we want to do with this bill, and that is what I'm trying to make sure doesn't happen with this bill, that the landlord that lives, let's say, a block away is afforded the same protections as the landlord that lives right next door. So again, would appreciate the bill sponsors letting me know if I drafted the amendment incorrectly, because would love another at-bat, as they say, to try to correct this if it was possible. Otherwise, would hope that we would have support for Amendment 62. It seems reasonable to me, so would appreciate that.
Hold on just a minute. Senator Gonzalez. Okay. Senator Janelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of L062, except I have a question for the good senator from Parker. This is as far as I understand, this is for the quiet enjoyment of the landlord if they're living in the same or immediate adjacent property. My question is, I'm concerned about the adjacent property, and maybe this is a separate amendment or a separate idea, that what about neighbors living adjacent to that adjacent to that property? So why wouldn't they be included in here? I support what you're doing, I understand what you're doing, but we're leaving out the other folks in the neighborhood that could be disturbed by in their quiet enjoyment of their property is not allowed to happen.
Thank you. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the senator from Fort Collins's question. And again, colleagues, full transparency, I'm assuming that I have the amendment drafted correctly, but it's possible, and again, would have appreciated comments from the bill sponsors. Let me know if perhaps I've made an error there. But as I read pages 18 and 19, I'm starting with line 25. When a tenant or lessee holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant has engaged in conduct that is disturbing others or causing a nuisance, and here's the key part, which conduct interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord if the landlord lives in the same or an immediately adjacent property, which is the part that I amended, and then it continues, which I did not amend or did not intend to amend, or other tenants or occupants of the same property or by reason of negligence damage the housing accommodation and 10 days notice in writing has been given duly, blah, blah, blah. Off we go to lines 10 and 11. Disturbing others, causing a nuisance that interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord if the landlord lives in the same or immediately adjacent property, or, this is again non-amended, or other tenants or occupants of the same property or maliciously infringing. So my goal was to change just the part relating to the landlord, because it states again that this only applies to landlords who live at the same or an adjacent property, but leaving all the language in place when it talks about or other tenants or occupants of the same property.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just readjust the microphones again. Thanks to the tall good senator from Parker. So, I love this amendment. And I think you're all kind of dozing off, so I'm hoping you're waking up now. Because I just really love this amendment. I mean, this is in the section about unlawful detention defined. And when a person has committed an unlawful, so I'm assuming that means tenant, has committed an unlawful detention of real property in the following cases, when it's unlawful. And so, I mean, I think we all finally got to some good language on page 18 with 25. In other words, we didn't change it. When a tenant or lessee holds over without permission of the landlord after the tenant or lessee has engaged in conduct that is disturbing others or causing a nuisance. So I think, we all agree with that, man. If they're causing a nuisance or if they're disturbing others, that's a problem. We don't know what the disturbance is. We don't know what the nuisance is. It could be a number of things. I probably won't go into what I think it could be. But if it interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord, and we should have just stopped there. Because there are examples, and I was sitting here trying to think of examples, and I'm thinking, well, what if the landlord's like at a wedding? And I'm thinking, well, if you've been to weddings in my family, those probably are really not that quiet. So you probably don't want to use that as an example. And was thinking, well, what if the grandkids are over? And like, no, they're loud and noisy too. So that wouldn't be interfering with my quiet enjoyment if I am a landlord. But what if I'm taking a nap? And what does it matter where I live? What if I don't live in the building, but I live, a few miles away? Why does it matter where I live? If I don't live in the same building or immediately adjacent, which I'm assuming means you have a wall in common, I don't know if you do or not. Maybe you just have 3 feet, between your home and that home next to you. I don't really know. But conduct that interferes with the quiet enjoyment. So what if I'm living 30 miles away and I'm renting out a place and I am taking a nap, and all of a sudden, because the tenant is disturbing others and causing a nuisance, and who knows what he's doing, getting in a fight with folks, destroying the property, being obnoxious to the other tenants. What does it matter if I live there or not? Because they're all calling the landlord. They're all calling us up, calling the landlord up, and that is interfering with the landlord's quiet enjoyment that day. It's interfering with it. So why does it matter where the landlord lives? I don't understand that at all. We could have just said, which this amendment does do, conduct interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord or other tenants. I'm not sure why the amendment didn't strike other in this case, because we did it on page 8. We struck other tenants. But, okay, so we're going to leave other tenants in here. So what does it matter? So if he interferes with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord or the other tenants or occupants of the same property, so of the same property makes sense there. It makes sense that if they were interfering with the quiet enjoyment by disturbing others or causing a nuisance to the other tenants or occupants of the same property, then that makes sense that use of the same property there. But you can interfere with someone's quiet enjoyment. They don't have to live there, especially if it's the landlord. If you start damaging the property and all of his neighbors start calling, all the other tenants start calling the landlord, that would be conduct that is interfering with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord. So we should have just, as this amendment does, it would just remove the part that says, if the landlord lives in the same or immediately adjacent property. So the only time you can interfere with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord is if only the landlord happens to be living there. And then you're interfering with the quiet enjoyment of the landlord. Only if he lives there. I don't think that's fair. If the landlord is having his quiet enjoyment disrupted, his nap, now we've gone to landlords that are his. If his quiet enjoyment, his nap is being disrupted by a tenant causing a disturbance or a nuisance, he shouldn't have to live on the location. He's going to get called. He's going to have to come in. In fact, it's even worse if he doesn't live there, because he may have to travel a few miles to get there to figure out what the heck's going on. He may have to go through a whole bunch of other hoops and things and do a bunch of other stuff. So it shouldn't matter if he lives in the same or even immediately adjacent to the property. It shouldn't matter where the landlord lives. But the way the bill is written right now, it does matter. You can only interfere with the landlord's quiet enjoyment if you're a tenant causing a nuisance or a disturbance. You can only interfere with it in the case of this law, or the case of this bill, only if the landlord lives in the same or immediately adjacent property. That's not accurate. You can interfere with the landlord's quiet enjoyment no matter where he lives. Let's say he does live there, but he's at a Rockies game. Well, they're kind of quiet because they don't really score that much. So if they're at a Rockies game, not at a CU basketball game, because they've been pretty good recently, but if you're at let's say he was at a Rockies game, you could interfere with his enjoyment, the landlord. So why does it matter where he lives? If you interfere with the landlord's quiet enjoyment, then that should be what's in the law. That should be what falls in this section that talks about unlawful detention defined, and if what a tenant has done. So I think this is a great amendment. We should all love this amendment. We should all be up here saying how much we love this amendment. It's a good amendment. It's reasonable. It takes into consideration the landlord. I know that might be hard for folks, but it does take into consideration the landlord. And I'm not saying it's hard for the sponsors. I'm just saying it might be hard for folks to think about the landlord. In this case, I would say the landlord shouldn't have to live there to have his quiet afternoon, his nap, his day at the Rockies interfered with. That it doesn't matter. He should just be the landlord. And this is a really good amendment, and it explains that. I read it the same way as the good senator from Parker. So I would ask for an aye vote on L062.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundin? No? Senator Gonzalez? Okay. Seeing no further discussion. Okay. Division has been called. A division has been requested. We'll take a senatorial 5. Okay, the Senate will come back to order. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L062. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing until the vote has been counted. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing until the vote is counted.
We could be done.
I will make that motion if you'd like.
Thank you. You may be seated. Amendment L062 is adopted. And we are back to the bill. Any further discussion? Minority Leader Lundin. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, when I was going through this bill, I was looking through several sections of it, and when I noticed in section, it's actually page 6, line 5, and on page 6, line 5, it talks about this bill applies to all residential premises in the state. And when it was talking about that on page 6, line 5, it talks about this part 13 applies to every residential premise in the state, except that is part 13 and does not apply. So then I went through and went to the bill, then lists the number of properties that the bill does not apply to, which is page 6, line 8. And that is the short-term rental properties. And then the other one is if a residential tenant who is not known to the landlord to be a tenant of the residential premises, if I'm correct. Let me see, make sure. Page 7, line 8. Nope, yeah, that's correct. So a duplex and triplex are exempt from the bill only if the owner maintains the premises as his primary residence or lives in an adjacent property. So I have an amendment that I'd like to do to change that.
There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L030?
L030,
Senator
amendment
Pelton
bill.
B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L030.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it would make changes to the mentioned provision on page 6, line 9 through 23 to just exempt duplex and triplexes altogether and no longer requiring that the owner live in or adjacent to the premises. By the very nature of this partial exception for duplexes and triplexes existing in the bill, The bill implicitly admits to the importance of allowing exemptions for these types of living arrangements. However, while the bill recognizes the obvious, it doesn't go far enough to offer true protections. Duplexes and triplexes are great starter investment properties because they're easy to manage and the tenants often prefer them. They like that there are fewer neighbors in the building because some of the older properties have more character and larger complexes. However, requiring the landlord to live next to his tenants put a strain on the landlord-tenant relationship for both parties. Tenants may not want to feel like that the landlord is always watching them, while landlords might want to have a place to live that doesn't feel like a business. Removing the limitation on duplexes and triplexes is a reasonable amendment that accomplishes the reasoning behind having the exemption in the first place. Basically, when I saw this amendment, I wanted to run it because I believe that we need to continue with the private property rights arguments that we're having here. I want to make sure that we're not limiting the use of somebody's property. So I ask for an aye amendment on L30. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Minority Leader Lundin. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of Amendment 30. You, just as a body, endorsed Amendment 62, which is in the nature of this. This simply says you don't have to live in the building in order to have the same rights that you would have. Again, we're paper-thin addition back to paper-thin addition. We're trying to restore some property rights to the individuals who actually own properties. This would be in that nature. I urge your support of Amendment 30. It simply says if somebody has scraped together the coin, the ability to buy or build a duplex or a triplex by virtue of the blood, sweat, and tears of their life, and that property, which is an expression of their life, should be honored. And they don't have to necessarily live in one of the units of the duplex or the triplex in order to have protection of their rights. I encourage your support of Amendment 30.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez. No, not yet. Okay, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let's take a look at this amendment. It's on page 6. We're dealing with this thing again about, how many complicated ways can you say less than 5? And this tries to at least say it a little simpler than the current draft does. So what it does on page 6, you strike lines 16 through 21, where you have the is a single-family home with or without an accessory dwelling unit that's located on the same lot and attached to, semi-attached to, or unattached from the single-family home. And then after line 23, because that'd give you a new set of lines there, you would say a duplex or a triplex. And then you strike all of these things here. Once again, it's simple and straightforward. The current unlawful detainer statute just says language along the lines of less than 5 dwelling units. Really simple. I urge an aye vote on L030.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a no vote.
Further discussion. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, this is in the area of applicability. Whether or not Part 13 applies to every residential premises in the state, except that it does not apply to a short-term rental, a dwelling unit, or other portion of a residential premise if the owner or master tenant lives in and maintains the residential premise as the owner or master tenant's primary residence, or if the owner of the residential premise lives in a property that is adjacent to the residential premise and that the owner maintains as the owner's primary residence and the residential residence premises of the owner's adjacent property. And then C wouldn't apply to, this is what the amendment says, it would not apply to a duplex or triplex. So the only section here that is being deleted, I think, or at least the one, oh, then that's all renumbering and striking things. Okay, so the only thing here that's being deleted is a single-family home with or without an accessory dwelling that is located on the same lot and attached, semi-attached, or unattached to the single-family home. So again, this is about accessory dwelling units, essentially. So except that Part 13 does not apply to, what this amendment is saying would not apply to an accessory dwelling unit on that property. So first of all, I thought we were trying to, one, encourage. I thought y'all were trying to encourage accessory dwelling units. I thought you were trying to encourage that there would be additional accessory dwelling units on residential lots to promote more affordable housing. I think taking this out would actually encourage that. I think leaving this in does not. So we would not have, except that this Part 13 does not apply to a single-family home, so that this would come out. Doesn't apply to a single-family home with or without an accessory dwelling. Well, that accessory dwelling would have to be right next to, I mean, isn't this in conflict with B? Was that your whole discussion? I'm trying to read your amendment. Maybe, would you mind explaining your amendment again?
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By the very nature of a partial exemption for duplexes and triplexes existing in the bill implicitly admits the importance of allowing exemptions for these types of living arrangements. However, while the bill recognizes the obvious, it doesn't go far enough for true protections. Duplexes and triplexes are greater starter investment properties because they are easier to manage. The tenants are often prefer them because they like that there are fewer neighbors in the building because some of the older properties have more character than larger complexes. So the other reason why I wanted to make sure to run this amendment, and I told the minority leader I'd run this amendment, was because, you know, I'm a big proponent of private property rights, and we have to be very careful when we start talking about affordable housing that we don't put too much, that we don't take away too many rights of the private property owners. Whether local governments do that in land use, taking away private property rights, or the state takes away private property rights. So that's why I have this amendment. I asked for an aye on L030.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L030. All those in favor say aye. Division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L030. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing until the vote is counted.
Do I get to be the, what was it in West Side Stories? The Jets?
Please be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L030, please stand and remain standing until the vote is counted. Thank you. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L030 is lost. And we are back to the bill. Senator Kirkmeyer.
And here we go again with the microphones. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All right, members, we're back to that infamous page 12, 11 and 12, in that area. Landlord or family member of landlord assumes occupancy. This is 3C, starts on page 11, goes all the way over into page 12. Talks about currently, here's what's in the bill currently. It's about when a landlord can assume possession of his property or her property. And right now in the bill, so that's in Part A, that starts on page 11, and then on page 12 in Part B, it says that he has to give at least 90 days notice before he can assume possession of his property and allow a family member, and remember now, family member includes adopted children, foster parents, and siblings of the landlord. So in A, it says he can assume possession of his own property for a family member to move in, except that he has to give a notice of at least 90 days before the date by which the tenant must vacate the residential premises. And then it says that the family member must move in and live there within 3 months, must move in within 3 months, and then has to live there and must occupy the residency for at least 60 days. So you can't, at least 60 days. So that's what this section is talking about. Again, this is the landlord's property. And we're dictating to them all these things that they have to do before a family member can live there. So, let me get to the right amendment. Here it is.
There's an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L031?
L031, amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L031.
Thank you. To the amendment.
This is a very simple amendment. If you look on page 12, line 6, it changes the 90 days to 30 days. So if a landlord, his property, he wants possession of it because he's got a family member, or she has a family member, that all of a sudden needs a place to live because, I don't know, somebody passed a bill that, said no more oil and gas in the state of Colorado. They lost their job and now they need a place to live. I don't know. I mean, things like that just happen, right? They just happen. All of a sudden they lose their job, and it could be that fast. And it's, maybe it was their foster child. And, the landlord in this case is the foster parent. And he says, gosh, You know, we launched that kid and we thought he was off doing a really good job, and then all of a sudden his job got taken away because of something that happened down at the Capitol. It wasn't even his own fault, but his job gets taken away because we banned oil and gas, and now he doesn't have a job, and now he needs a place to live. And we know what, we downsized, so we can't have him move in with us. We don't have a spare room. We don't have any place where he can live with us. So he has to wait 90 days. So what's he supposed to do? Be homeless for the next 90 days? Like, what's he supposed to do? I have a place. I own a place. I think I should be able to give notice to the current resident, but again, this is my place. So I should be able to give notice and say, look, sorry, bud, something happened down at the Capitol. My foster child lost his job and he needs a place to live, and I only have one rental unit and this is it, and I need it for him. Because I got to find a place for my foster kid to live. And you know what? I have to wait 90 days. I have to wait 90 days before I can take my property back under that situation. 90 days before I can say to my foster child, hey, I've got a place for you to live. You don't have to be homeless and out on the street. You don't have to live on the couch. We don't want you living on the couch. I have a couple of kids. But anyways, so that it only takes 30 days instead of 90 days to give notice to the tenant. I think that's reasonable. Let me just give you another example. This is probably a very real example. Of course, we are hopefully changing a law that says this doesn't happen anymore. But you remember last year we had all that discussion about property taxes being way too darn high? Well, we didn't take care of it. I mean, property taxes for most people, at least in my area, neck of the woods, went up from anywhere to 30 to 50%. Property taxes went up. I don't know about you, but man, I received a lot of notices from grandparents, from elderly people who are like, it's too expensive for me to live in my home. Even with the senior property tax exemption, it's still too expensive for me to live in my home. And you know what? Those darn legislators, they didn't do anything to really help me. They gave me a very slight, little minuscule decrease in the increase, the huge increase in my property taxes. And you know what? I just didn't get there. So now I've got an elderly parent, because property taxes are too high, they've got to sell their home and they got to move. And they need to do it immediately. And they've got to move. And it'll take me 90 days before I can help out my elderly parents and say, hey, I've got a place that you can move into, Mom and Dad. And heck, because you were so good to me as a kid, I'm not even going to charge you rent. But you can't have it for 90 days. 90 days. What am I supposed to do with my parents? Because in this bill it says 90 days. You have to give them at least 90 days. At least 90 days. So you can't do 89, you got to do 90. 90 days before the date by which the tenant must vacate the residential premises, your property, the landlord's property, and for that 90 days, the tenant gets to remain in possession under the same terms of the tenant's existing rental agreement. Great. In the meantime, my family member does not have a place to live. I own a property. And you're telling me I have to give him 90 days notice when I need it immediately for a family member. You know what? They need to go find a family member that owns property. I was asked, what about their family? Great, go find a family member. Maybe you have a family member that's a landlord, whatever. But again, it's my property, and I have to give 90 days. So this amendment is saying, you know what? Let's only make it 30 days. That's reasonable. We're going to give everybody 30 days notice. I only have to put up with my foster kid or my kid on the couch for 30 days, and then I'm going to move him into another property that I own. So by the very nature of this exemption existing in the bill, it admits the importance of allowing landlords the ability to evict in order to take possession of their property for personal use. And that personal use is to take care of their family. To either take care of their child, their foster child, their elderly parent, who at no fault of their own now can't afford where they're living. They just can't live there anymore. But now they have to wait 90 days. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that they probably have to do before we can even take possession of their property and get their family into a place to live. If a landlord is taking possession of their property for a member of his or her family, it's likely because the individual needs a place to live and quickly. It's likely they're in an emergency situation. They lost their job. They can't pay their taxes. They can't afford to live in their home anymore. No fault of their own, probably fault of us, but no fault of their own. By requiring the landlord to provide 90 days notice before taking possession, the landlord, the one who bought and paid for the property, is put into a really difficult position. They'd love to be able to take care of their elderly parent. They'd love to be able to help out their kid. You know, they thought they had them off, they had a great job, and all of a sudden they don't have it, and now what's their kid supposed to do? And they want to be able to help out their own child, their own family. But they've got to go through whole 90 days, 3 months, a quarter of a year. They have to wait before that they can use their property for their family. So again, this amendment is a very simple amendment. There's not a lot of language in it. I mean, seriously, it looks like this, folks, for all of you who didn't come down to see it. It's really one sentence. It says, page 12, line 6, strike 90 and substitute 30. That they have to give notice, written notice, not just an email or a text. You only do that if you're breaking up, apparently, these days. But in this breakup, you have to give a written notice at least 30 days before the date by which the tenant must vacate. That is a very simple amendment. I am asking for an aye vote. Again, the landowner owns this property. He needs to help out a family member. He shouldn't have to wait 90 days. I ask for an aye vote on L031.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have to look each time I come down here. There's a new chair, so many excellent senators.
Thank you. Just kidding. Keep going.
So many excellent senators to serve. Members, L031 takes cognizance of what this policy is about. As the senator from Weld County notes, you're talking about having property that perhaps is rented out. Maybe it's rented on a month-to-month basis. Because if you had a term lease, you really couldn't terminate that lease. But say at 10 and a half months into a year lease, your other abilities to terminate that lease have not occurred, and you haven't entered into a new lease, and you get a phone call from your single-parent son or daughter who says, I've lost my job, or we've decided that doing this by ourselves in a distant location isn't working, and could we come home? And you say, I've got a rental property, and it's supposed to be coming up at the end of the lease. But this bill would say, well, you got to give 90 days notice. Now, this is a special case described in the bill, and the interesting thing about it is if you read how this exception for family members works, let me start at the beginning. Landlord or family member of landlord assumes occupancy. The other might be that you as a landlord need a place to live all of a sudden. Those things happen too. When a landlord plans to recover possession of a residential premises for the landlord's own use and occupancy as a primary residence, or for the use and occupancy as a primary residence by the landlord's spouse, domestic partner, child, stepchild, parent, step-parent, grandparent, or grandchild, the landlord may initiate a no-fault eviction. So this will give you the ability to do a no-fault eviction, this provision does. At the end of the term, so long as, and except as described in subsection 3C3 of this section, we'll get there, the landlord or the landlord's spouse, domestic partner, child, stepchild, parent, step-parent, grandparent, or grandchild moves into the residential premises within 3 months after the tenant vacates the residential premises. Okay. Except, here we go, because we're getting to line 6 here where the amendment becomes operative. Except is described in subsection 3C2 of this section, the landlord provides the tenant proper service of a written notice of the no-fault eviction, says at least 90 days. Now, that's a major restriction. You're already stuck with doing it for the lease. And by the way, what's the protection for not using your child or your domestic partner or someone moving in as the purpose? Well, it turns out that there's a presumption of, a rebuttable presumption that the landlord didn't act in good faith if the landlord or the landlord's spouse, domestic partner, yada, 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 fails to occupy the unit as a primary residence for at least 60 consecutive days. So there is probably still some ability to play games with that, but you know, we're already taking the rights of landlords and their property in this regulatory scheme we have here, because this is nothing less than a regulatory scheme. Whenever you start saying people can do this or they can do that, but they can't do that with their property or whatever it is, it's a regulatory scheme. So these situations, in all seriousness, are going to be situations that are family with a dire need. Family, maybe lost job, maybe divorce, maybe a case of domestic violence. And what you're going to do by 90 days is restrict that landlord, who's a person, who's a human being, who has a family, from using what they have to help their family. Now, I don't know about you, and maybe your life experience is such that your kids are still small and you haven't got extended family, perhaps. But one of the things you find as you get a bit of life experience under your belt is one of the things you can do for your family when you have a property, when you have an extra vehicle, when you have whatever it is, you can help. But this bill, the way it's written now particularly, says you can't. Now, with respect to the tenant, keep in mind the tenant has a lease. And the lease is good for however long it is. You can't short the tenant on his or her lease for the term, no matter how dire your own straits are. So why add a 90-day provision when tenants have set leases? This is a good amendment. This is a good amendment. You know, this amendment isn't about landlords or tenants, it's about families. It's about family. It's about being able to use your resources to help your family. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is absolutely about family. And about giving 30 days notice instead of 90 days notice to your tenant to allow your family member to live in a property that you own. To allow your family member an opportunity for a safe environment. I want you to think about this. I know I talked about the individual, maybe your child loses their job, or the elderly person is pushed out of their home because they can't afford the property taxes and the utilities and everything else that goes along with their property any longer. And all of a sudden it dawns on them, they just can't afford it. But I want you to think about, what if your family member is in a dangerous situation? What if your family member has had their life threatened and they are in a domestic violence situation? Maybe that includes the life of your grandchildren as well. Those things are immediate. Let's say they live in another state. They live across, they live over on the western slope, they live on the eastern plains, and they're a good distance away from you. You know, and they go to a safe house. You know how long you could stay in a safe house for the most part? 30 days. That's it. You can try and be in a safe house 30 days. And then what is your family member supposed to do? Wait another 60 days? What are they supposed to do? That's an emergency situation. You have the means, you own the property, you could help out your family member. Instead, this law would say, no, you're just going to have to wait another 60 more days. You're going to have to wait 90 days before you can really make sure that your child, possibly your grandchildren, are in a safe environment, in a place where you know that you can help protect them, in a place where they're not in an unfamiliar situation, away from their family, living in a safe house. And those things can happen pretty quickly, as we all know. We put a lot of money towards victim assistance. We think about the victim all the time, hopefully. This is a situation where the victim may be your family member and you're the landlord. You're the owner of the property. And instead of having the opportunity to help your family member within a 30-day period, this law says 90 days. You have to wait 90 days before you can effect assistance for your own family, who could be in a really dangerous situation. So that's why this is extremely important, that we just delete the word 90 and insert the word 30. That's all this amendment does. It says you have to provide proper service still by written notice to the tenant of the no-fault eviction. Give them at least 30 days. Most landlords are going to go work, if not all, are going to go work with those tenants and help them out. But at the same time, they should have the ability, property that they own, to ensure that their family member has a roof over their head. And I want you to start thinking about the situations where this probably really would happen. It is with somebody who loses a job. It is if somebody can't afford to live in their home any longer. And it is in a dangerous situation where an individual is a party to domestic violence, they're in an emergency situation, and they need to leave the home that they're in with their children and go find a different home so that they feel safe. so that their kids feel safe, their grandchildren feel safe. That's the most important reason why we should be voting for changing this to giving 30 days notice to the tenant so that you can help out your family. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator, seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will henceforth be known as the senator seeing no further discussion. No, I was quite frankly pausing. I wanted to give the bill sponsors an opportunity to respond should they choose to. This is kind of a head shaker amendment for me. It changes the section of the bill where the bill sponsors deign to give back to the people who have a property right a minuscule portion of their property rights. It's under the section landlord or family members of landlord assumes occupancy. So the bill generally says you strike a deal, you strike hands, you write a lease, and when the lease is over, it's not really over unless you're the landlord. It's over for you. The tenant gets to stay for as long as they want. And here we are, the sponsors are saying, wow, that's kind of challenging for people. Let's start figuring out what exceptions we'd better make arrangements for so that we can, with the authority we have by the coercive power of government, to give back to those property owners limited slivers of their property rights. Okay, if you've got a family need, if you give the tenant, who is, let's be clear, the language used to be non-renewed, somebody whose lease is up, even though the lease is up, you got to give them an extra 90 days, and then you have to put a family member into the place, or we won't allow you to have authority over your property. The amendment simply says, wow, 90 minutes is kind of a long time if, one, the lease is already up, two, you've got a family necessity. How about we make it 30 days instead of 90 days? So I obviously am super supportive of the amendment, but at the same time, it kind of hurts my heart that we're quibbling over giving people back the rights over their own property so that they can take care of their family. That's just, we're a long, long way from Tipperary with this bill. And it just is troublesome to me that we're not with acclamation saying, you know what, that's right. They already own the property. They already have rights to the property. They have a family need. How about we just let the family have access sooner, which in my mind would be when the lease is up. But the bill 1098 says 90 days after the lease is up, and the amendment simply says, how about 30 days? Could we agree on 30 days for the owner of the property to take care of their family? Seems like a really obvious, easy yes vote. I urge your support of Amendment 31.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I want to also be clear that with Amendment L055 that we added earlier, this does not mean 90 days anymore beyond the end of the lease, because with L055, we struck that at the end of the lease term. So now I'm going to pause real quick as I see. Senatorial 5?
Senatorial 5.
I need to call back to order? Or we are We're on Senate. Okay. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to clarify, under existing law, without a tenant cannot be removed for just any reason during the middle of their lease. Right now, they can be denied the right to renew a lease for any reason, but there does need to be some reason by which a tenant is removed if you're removing a tenant in the middle of the lease. So one of the changes that we made earlier, and I apologize, it was with Amendment 57, that we said that if a tenant refuses to sign a new lease with reasonable terms, if the tenant refuses to sign a new rental agreement with reasonable terms, the landlord may initiate a no-fault eviction of the tenant, so long as the landlord allows at least 90 days after receiving the notice described in subsection 3E2 of this section to vacate the residential premises after the tenant has refused to sign the new rental agreement. So, one of the claims that was made was that if you have a situation where you want to move a family member in at the end of the lease, this now requires an additional minimum of 90 days for the tenant after you initiate a no-fault eviction. And the point that I want to make here is that this can be done during the existing rental agreement. If you submit terms of renewal to a tenant more than 90 days before the end of the lease and the tenant does not agree to those terms, then with 90 days left in the existing lease, you can give the notice of no-fault eviction. The tenant would have, in that specific scenario, the right to retain that property as the law exists now until the end of their lease. On the broader point of outside of this specific scenario, when we're talking about shortening the time frame from 90 days to 30 days, I want to be very clear that we're also talking about displacing individuals. And while I can agree that there are some very difficult and very sad situations why you would want to be able to immediately bring in a family member to the unit, there are extreme hardships that can be placed on tenants by displacing them in a rushed manner as well. And so this 90-day language is something that had been agreed to through multiple rounds of stakeholdering, multiple rounds of negotiations with realtors and the apartment association, and that's why I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you. And I think it's Amendment 29 in front of the body. Is that accurate?
Amendment 31.
31, off by 2. So we had a good senatorial 5 and offline conversation where we came to the agreement that there are fact patterns allowed under the bill where if you notice an individual that they're going to be non-renewed 90 days prior to the end of the lease. So now your lease that says you've got 12 months, we hope it all works out well for everybody. Now you need to precede the end of that lease with a notice that quite frankly, it isn't called out in the bill, but it's inherent, implicit in the bill, that you must notify that the lease that we said is going to come due, is going to end on May 1st, we're really serious. The lease we both agreed to, we really truly mean it. It is going to come to an end on May 1st. So we notice you now prior to that. If under those circumstances and the tenant doesn't respond to that notice, but then they do respond the day before the end of the lease, then you would have another 90 days where the clock starts ticking again. But if they respond the day that you issue the 90-day in advance of the end of the lease notice, they say, yep, we're aware, then you would, under that circumstance, that strange, quite frankly, and unusual circumstance, then you would in fact only have to wait the additional 90 days for your, as the bill's drafted, not as the amendment would offer, the additional 90 days instead of the 30 days that the amendment would ask for. So all of this calls out to me the challenges that we have in this, where we are taking away normal, understood, anticipated property rights, and then we are, in a miserly fashion, the state is, by virtue of 1098, in a miserly fashion, giving back to individuals little slivers of their property rights. If you happen to be military, it's a 45-day notice or a 45-day expectation. If it's a family member, it's a 90-day expectation. And so instead of just letting people come to agreements, a willing buyer, a willing seller, a willing lessor, a willing lessee come to an agreement, we're now writing laws that say, here's what you can and can't do with regard to tenant and landlord relationships. I think that the more we work on this 30-page bill, the more uncomfortable I become with it. I arrived at the conversation questioning a number of the details, but philosophically and on principle, in opposition to the bill, the further we've gotten into the details, the more I am concerned the details themselves are out of whack in Senate Bill 1098. I encourage you to support Amendment 31 that would at least give families the ability to, on 30 days' notice, instead of 90 days' notice, put their own individual, their own family member into the property that they actually own. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Liston. We're on Amendment 31.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment 31 for the reasons that why is the state, unfortunately, interjecting themselves into the micromanagement of, as the good senator from Monument said, that you have a leasee and a leaseor, and having been on both sides of the equation, is that it's always been my experience that when there is some confusion, is that the leaseor is more than willing to work with the leasee. You know, that they will come together and they will get this figured out as two adult parties trying to do the right thing. I don't believe that a leaseor is out to mess up and do harm to a leasee, especially whether it's 30 days or 45 days or 90 days or whatever. More often than not, in the vast majority of the cases, the leaseor is more than willing to work with the leasee. So why should the state interject itself into agreements that have worked very well in 99.5% of the agreements? And that's all that we're trying to do with Amendment 31. I would urge an aye vote with Amendment 31. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is adoption of Amendment L031. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Amendment L031 is lost. We are back to the bill. Senator Gonzalez, there is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L064?
L064, amendment and gross.
Senator
Bill Hicks,
Gonzalez.
11-120.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L064 to House Bill 1098.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This gets back to the issue that we started off this debate discussing several hours ago. You will recall that an amendment, I believe it was 56, that we initially severed and then later redrafted L56 into L57. L64 addresses the question of when a landlord reclaims a piece of a property that is used for to rent to tenants, when that property, when that landlord reclaims that for their own use. And so the This is a much cleaner way to adopt it. It also puts forward the same 90-day timeline as everything else. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L064. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L064 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sat on the local government committee that heard this bill. After that, I got an email from a person who's a housing rights attorney and a mediator. She's asking for opposition to this bill. And so this is the email she sent me. And so I'm just gonna read it and lay it out. And in my mind, somebody that really knows this field knows what she's talking about. So she says there's 5 points to this bill that are really concerning to landlords. Number one, this law will likely encourage and increase eviction throughout Colorado. Number two, this bill will likely promote favoritism in the selection of rental applicants. This law will likely encourage the use of short-term leases. Number four, this law will likely do nothing to curtail retaliatory non-renewal in Colorado. And number five, this bill will not be usable by the people it purports to protect. And then she goes on to explain. So to the first point, this law will likely encourage and increase eviction throughout Colorado. In my experience, housing providers often voluntarily forego their immediate right to pursue eviction, electing instead to end a tenancy by issuing a timely notice of non-renewal at the close of lease term. Because they are often willing to tolerate relatively minor breaches of the lease agreement during the lease term, many tenants are spared the far-reaching financial, often catastrophic consequences of election. And during the committee, we did hear a lot of testimony around just how disruptive being evicted is. Goes on their record and many other things. She also believes this law would eradicate this common but vitally important practice on the part of housing providers and instead create an incentive to pursue eviction for noise or disturbances, late payment, smoking, property damage, neighbor-to-neighbor conflict, and the like. The adverse effect this stands to have on Colorado tenants cannot be overstated. Judgments of eviction are often a precursor to homelessness in general. They mar a tenant's credit report for 7 years and make it considerably more difficult to secure housing for years to come. The number two reason, the law will likely promote favoritism in the selection of rental applicants. I believe this law would disadvantage low-income tenants, persons with disabilities, persons who receive subsidies, and other protected class members as designated by the Colorado law. Because this law would essentially prohibit notices of non-renewal, it would also create an enormous incentive on the part of the housing providers to select the most desirable and or affluent among residential rental applicants. While existing Colorado law prohibits housing providers from denying a rental application on the basis of race, disability, sexual identity, source of income, or other protected categories, application denial cases are exceedingly difficult to prove, especially in a state like Colorado, where there are far more applicants in need of moderate and affordable housing than there are such units. When a housing provider has many applicants from which to choose for a lease that may effectively span the course of years, selection of the best or least risky tenants will likely be driven by gut feelings, conscious and unconscious bias, and stereotypes. The third reason, in her opinion, is the law will likely encourage the use of short-term leases. Exempted from the application of this law would be residential tenant who has not been a tenant of a residential premises for at least 9 months. This arbitrary exemption would serve as a strong incentive on the part of housing providers to cap residential leases at least 9 months in an effort to preserve their discretion to terminate a tenancy via non-renewal. Short-term leases can significantly undermine housing stability, especially during a housing crisis when the search for adequate and affordable housing can take months. They also significantly raise tenants' housing costs and can prove disruptive to the education of their minor children. The fourth reason this law will likely do nothing to curtail retaliatory non-renewal in Colorado. This bill does not explicitly address nor prohibit the unlawful conduct it purports to target. The issuance of retaliatory non-renewal notices, Colorado tenants are already protected from no-cause eviction. Under existing Colorado law, all judgments of eviction require a demonstration of cause on the part of a housing provider. Without it, the court is not authorized to enter a judgment of eviction. Likewise, Colorado tenants are already protected by retaliation. What is needed and what this bill lacks is an explicit prohibition against the issuance of retaliatory notices of non-renewal because a tenant exercised their housing rights as conferred by law. Tenants who exercise their rights under the warrant of habitability or the fair housing laws should be expressly protected from the adverse action of retaliatory non-renewal. Prohibiting housing providers from issuing retaliatory notices of non-renewal pursuant to warranty of habitability and the state fair housing laws would do what this bill purports to do. And the fifth reason that she gives, this bill will not be usable by the people it purports to protect. This bill is fairly drafted. It is difficult to read, understand, or track. It will be difficult to use, apply, comply with, and enforce. A clear example of such convulsion begins on page 18. Let's see. And to wrap it up, in her experience, poorly drafted laws are rarely used by the unrepresented people they purport to protect. Instead, poorly drafted laws tend to be especially vulnerable to misinterpretation, misuse, and/or manipulation by represented parties to the disadvantage of unrepresented parties. People, especially those who often go without the benefit of legal counsel, like residential tenants, have a basic right to understand the laws that govern and purport to protect them. Unduly convoluted bills such as this will have little practical effect or application as operative law. This is somebody that works in this arena every day. As I said, I sat on that committee, heard this bill, heard the many people that came to testify. And again, this is another one of the bills that has come before this legislature the last 2 years that is renter-centric and is everything to hurt the landlords. So for those reasons, I will be a no vote and urge your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, too, sit on the Local Government and Housing Committee and heard this bill. I tend to take a lot of notes when people are testifying, and we heard approximately 30 people testify on this bill. Probably just by a couple more opposed this bill than supported it. And when we started out this morning, and I think that was about maybe 6 hours ago, one of the sponsors read an email that he had gotten. Well, we've all gotten a lot of emails. And I know that it was said that, well, the Colorado Association of Realtors have gotten to a neutral. But I just wonder how many realtors they may have talked to from the Western Slope. Because I know a lot of realtors from the Western Slope. And I'm not going to read every one of their emails, but I am going to share with you some of the concerns that they have. And one of them comes from a good friend of mine, and she says, "You are attempting to solve a Front Range problem that we do not face in rural Colorado. We are already seeing landlords moving out of Colorado. You can't force small investors to be providers under these draconian regulations. She goes on to say it strips landlords of the ability to conclude tenancy agreements upon their agreed term. This bill undermines the mutual trust and respect that underpin the landlord-tenant relationship. It destabilizes the landlord-tenant relationship by shifting all decision-making power to the tenant unless a buyout or legal process is used to end a contract. This shift not only complicates the process, but also erodes the direct personal negotiations that have traditionally benefited both parties, driving up rental costs and the inevitable consequence of the diminished housing supply. She is asking us to please stand with us in seeking solutions that genuinely address housing challenges without compromising the health of our housing market and the well-being of our communities. Another legislator wrote, "This extreme legislation shift not only removes property rights, but complicates property management and is poised to dramatically increase the cost of housing and decrease inventory, casting a shadow over both tenants and landlords alike." Another one said, "I'm a Colorado resident and homeowner who also owns a rental townhouse property. I'm not a large corporation. I am a senior citizen who relies on this rental income in my retirement. It is essential to have the ability to manage my property and secure tenants who will abide by the lease and always act in good faith. This bill essentially gives a tenant the unilateral right to stay in a property in perpetuity." I came away from that committee meeting thinking that, of course, the relationship between tenants and landlords is going to change. It definitely will change. There's no rule for us to do this in this state. This bill's approach to implementing state-level mandates risks undermining local autonomy by sidelining community-specific housing strategies in favor of a uniform policy that may not align with the nuanced needs of diverse municipalities. It's detrimental, and I think that we could do a lot better than this bill. I will be a no vote, and I urge your no vote as well.
Thank you. Senator Henderson. There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L066?
L066, amendment reading gross bill, page 13, line 14, after townhome, insert a duplex, comma, triplex.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L066.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment just clarifies that duplex and triplex being sold by the landlord is a valid reason to withdraw those specific properties from the rental market in the event of a no-fault eviction. Currently, the bill reads, when a landlord plans to sell residential premises that is a single-family home, a townhome, or an individual condominium unit, this just clarifies that it applies to duplexes and triplexes as well, and we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L066? Yes, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to make a prediction. I got my crystal ball out here. This amendment, which would allow not only townhomes, but duplexes and triplexes subject to sale to be exempted from all of the onerous burden that House Bill 1098 puts on those who would choose to stay in the rental market, is going to be the doorway through which many, many, many former, well, they're currently, but soon to be former rental properties will flee from the rental property marketplace. People that own these properties will sell them to somebody who wants to live in it, and they'll put their money into treasury bills. They'll put their money into the stock market. They will put their money elsewhere because the risks of owning rental property in Colorado and the rates of rental rates will be too great for people to stay in the marketplace. So this is the exit door amendment is what I'm going to label it. Amendment 66, the exit door amendment. I support it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us, or the motion before us, is the adoption of Amendment L066. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L066 is adopted. Back to the bill. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day and a long conversation about House Bill 1098. And I'm still got lots of questions. First of all, what is this bill doing? How is it different from the last bill that was brought up last year? Who's going to benefit from 1098? My guess is that the eviction lawyers are probably going to benefit from this. There are already significant laws on books about discrimination. We all know that. We discussed that. What does it do? It makes it harder for the landlord to encourage a problem tenant to move out without a record of an eviction or anything else that may be a criminal record that would follow them. Non-renewal is a tool to do just that, to get people to move when things are not working out without having to resort to criminal charges or that eviction. I don't know any landlord that wants to lose good tenants. I hear anecdotal stories of people being forced out of their homes for no good reason. But there's no real data if that's a reality or not. We have a lot of eviction filings, but what about evictions, actual evictions? I want to repeat, I don't know any landlord out there that wants to get rid of tenants who follow the lease, pay on time, don't cause nuisance problems. Actually, it's quite the opposite. As we heard about the costs of finding a new place to rent, well, turning over a unit because a tenant leaves costs time and money too. And the next tenant might not be as nice or may not follow the lease like the current tenant does. According to 1098, tenants who have done nothing wrong, paid their rent, followed rules, should be able to have security and certainty that they can remain in their homes. And I have to say, their homes. Really? Their homes? First, it's not their home. It's the landlord's home. Landlords are on the paperwork, not the tenant. Landlords are on the title, they're on the mortgage, they're on the tax bill, they're on the HOA, and they're on the insurance, among many other things. The landlords have to fix things when they break. We have new bills for that, too. The tenant and the landlord, both of them agreed to let you live on that property for a fixed period of time, and that time has an expiration date. When it expires, the landlord should be able to have it back for any reason. Basic fundamental property rights and contract rights. Every contract has a natural expiration, and a residential lease should be no different. My other thought is, what comes after this? And maybe I'm wrong, But what happens when we now move on to small business leases that are next? Let's say an example of a person has a coffee shop in a strip mall. Are they able to do the same thing that 1098 allows a tenant to do? I don't know. Maybe that's for future bills. 1098, again, I've heard how costly finding a new apartment or home can be and the moving expenses. It is, but it's also costly and risky finding a new tenant as a landlord. I also heard that the vast majority of evictions still take place. If that's true, then what is this bill doing? Other than forcing landlords to evict tenants rather than just allow the lease to expire and not renew. Leases, for the most part, are annual, at least for now. 1098 adds a new no-fault eviction if a tenant refuses to sign a new agreement with reasonable lease terms. What's reasonable? That is not a no-fault. That is the landlord wanting their property back. If you refuse to sign a lease, then you're at fault. If you fail to honor the lease due to not paying rent, you are at fault. And if you have to give them 90 days, and the reason is they failed to pay the rent, do you think they're going to pay that rent during those 90 days? I don't think so. 1098 also implies landlords still have the ability to evict tenants when necessary and make decisions for their businesses. Except they can't. They have to prove a no fault. Landlords can't make a decision to non-renew because things aren't working out. Natural expiration of a lease, a contractual agreement between two agreeing parties. Businesses do it all the time. And again, I repeat, are they next? This bill eliminates property owner rights. The good senator from Denver tells us how many evictions were filed, but what number actually turned into actual evictions? There are so many oppositions to this testimony that I've received, and I'd be happy to read them to you all if you'd like. But these are some of the concerns I have about, landlords and tenant rights. I do agree we have a shortage of rental properties, but this is going to only add to the situation, not help it. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1098.
Thank you. Senator Gardner. Uh-oh, he has several books.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we've had a good debate today. And as we have, I've had a lot of time to look at the bill, look at different pieces of the bill, talk with others about the bill, think about the bill, and ask myself sort of in the back of my head while I'm railing about it, why is the bill so long? I mean, why does it take 30 pages? And then we get some things that reduce all those lines to one line or something. And it's taken me all day to kind of go, oh. So really, the bill doesn't want to say what the bill does outright. And so you get this curious thing. Now, what you need to understand about forcible entry and detainer law, which is 3840, and in the 10, let me see here. Sorry, it is somewhat late in the day. Or I'm sorry, in 1340. I told you it's late in the day. You know, the unlawful entry and detainer statute already says when you can evict someone. It sets up limitations, and I guess that sort of nagged at me all day. It's like, well, I had occasion to assist with an eviction for a client, a company that provided housing for some people, some employees. It's not something I normally do, but they became a landlord because they needed to provide housing. And this becomes more and more with the cost of housing, more and more the thing. And the problem was that my client, which was, again, an organization, not your typical landlord, but they were a landlord under the landlord-tenant law. They had rented the property, and then the tenant was terminated, and terminated for misconduct and some misconduct in the dwelling itself, on the premises. You know, you provide company housing people may use drugs in your company housing, and that may get them their employment fired, and it may terminate their housing. And you may also have a provision that says if you get fired for any reason, your housing's terminated. By the way, my advice to people who want to provide housing is provide a very separate entity that is the landlord, not the employer, because that really complicates things. But having said that, I had to refamiliarize myself with the terms of the unlawful detainer statute in the past year, just to get that done. And it's like, well, you can't just evict someone. You know, if they have a lease, it's got to be for breach of the lease. And there's limitations on that, and have been for some time. So we end up with this provision in the bill at page 7. It starts out in this new provision. This is a new thing over in Title 38, which is real property. 13 is court's procedure. And it's cause for eviction required. Well, why do I need to say that? Because it's interesting. A landlord shall not, this is in the bill, page 7, a landlord shall not serve a notice to terminate tenancy or demand for possession or otherwise proceed with an action for unlawful detainer pursuant to what? Article 40 of Title 13, unless there's cause for eviction. Well, that's sort of redundant because 134104 says that a person's guilty of unlawful detention in the following cases, and you can't be evicted. I'll spare you the 30 or 40 minutes of walking through why you can't be evicted, absent something that's an unlawful detention. But then what this bill does is says, for the purposes of this subsection 1, cause exists only as described in the following sections. And then what the bill does is says, Section 1340-1041A, well, That's the unlawful detainer statute, first provision that said, well, you can evict someone when entry is made without right or title into any vacant or unoccupied lands or tenements. Those are called squatters. So it recites that being a squatter is a cause for eviction. Well, that's already in law. So why do I have to write that again? Then B's, Section 1340-104-1B, when entry is made wrongfully into certain public lands, tenements, mining claims, or other possessions. Trespassers. That almost recites B itself. When entry is made wrongfully into any public lands, tenements, mining claims, or other possessions which are claimed or held by a person who may have located, entered, or settled upon the same in conformity with the laws, rules, and regulations of the United States, or this state in relation thereto. Okay? What's another cause for eviction that we list here in the bill? Well, Section 1340-104-1C. You see a pattern here? We went over to 1340-104 for all of the causes that exist in law for eviction that are already there, and we re-recite them. And I go, why do you do that? Why do you do that? Well, you do that so that when you go down to 1340-104, 1E, 1E.5, E.8, that you start adding (1340-104) 1E.8, which doesn't exist right now in 1340-101. It gets written in by this bill later in the bill. And suddenly we get to why we're doing all this. Because now we have something called no-cause eviction. Now, I actually have to say, when I think about that, I think no-cause eviction, we shouldn't have no-cause eviction. There shouldn't be any such thing as no-cause eviction. Well, what it really means is non-renewal of lease. Non-renewal of lease. That's the only thing that is a no-cause eviction. And at common law, and as the law as it is now, when your lease is up, the landlord doesn't have to enter into a new contract with you. Now, we discussed earlier today, recalled, and don't get all excited, you cannot refuse to rent to someone for a discriminatory purpose, nor can you refuse to rent to them under the habitability statute for a retaliatory purpose, like they said, I'd like to have some heat, turn it on, I'd like to have some hot water. So this bill spends a lot of time getting around saying, landlord, you will renew someone's lease. But you will renew someone's lease except if. Well, this stands the notions of eviction on its head. If your lease is over today under 1340, you would become a holdover tenant, and there's a particular cause for eviction in 1340-104. So really what we're doing is writing that out. And we're saying, landlord, you're under a duty to renew someone's lease. And in the interest of not taking till 6 p.m. this evening to do this, let me tell you where that finally shows up here. It really shows up because you say that in addition to the requirements of this subsection 5 at the bottom of page 8, the following conditions constitute a grounds for no-fault eviction of a tenant. And so then we say, well, I mean, this is, the reason this takes so many pages and the reason why it takes all morning and most of the afternoon to wrap your head around is instead of saying what we're doing, we back into it. You see that, by the way. You see it in all sorts of statutes where people want to be Alice in Wonderland. Well, I don't know if they want to be, but that's what it is, through the looking glass. Instead of saying what the bill actually does, you are under a duty to renew a lease except if. We start with the except if instead of saying what your duty is, except if your demolition or conversion of residential premises. So if you're going to tear it down, you're going to do renovations to the property. Gives you a whole set of things. We've talked about the landlord or the family member, whole set of requirements. Withdrawal from the market for selling. So, instead of saying you must renew the lease unless, we say you can do a no-cause eviction for. Again, turning the notion on its head that I, as a landlord, don't have to rent to you as long as my reason for not renting to you is not nefarious or illegal. So where does the duty come in here? You get to 14, and I think we've now changed the language by an amendment. Page 14, line 14. If a tenant, and this is a reason for a no-cause, so-called no-cause eviction. If a tenant refuses to sign a new rental agreement with reasonable terms, the landlord may initiate a no-fault eviction of the tenant so long as the landlord, and then there's some things. So let's start with this. You get to the end of the lease, and I don't have any, I don't have a family member. I'm not going to tear the place down. I'm not going to do any of those things. You're getting to the end of your lease, and you want a lease from me again because I'm a good landlord. I've kept the heat on, kept the hot water going. You like the location, you like the view. I have to give it to you unless you refuse to sign a new rental agreement with reasonable terms. Well, doesn't define reasonable at all anywhere in this bill. What if I, as a landlord, figure out, given the cost of housing and given the cost of having to put away money for all these other things and all these downside risks, and oh, by the way, my homeowners or my property casualty insurance, it wouldn't be homeowner, but for my commercial property, what if my property and casualty insurance has gone very high and my property taxes have gone really high? and I need to make a return on my investment because my own cost of living for everything in the world has gone high, and I raise your monthly rent $300 a month. That might actually be modest in this current age. What if I raise the rent by 30, 40%? Not because I'm greedy, but because I'm losing money big time. And other similar places are renting. Let me tell you what the tenant is going to think about that. If I were a tenant, I'd think that too. I'd think my landlord's being unreasonable. Look at the increase. So I'm already going to litigate that the landlord didn't give me a rental agreement, didn't present a rental agreement to me with reasonable terms. Now that I can't charge a pet deposit, if I recall correctly, I have to raise the rent there, or now that I can't charge a pet deposit, I'm trying to remember if I'm allowed to say no pets now other than service animals. Because that's what it encourages me to do. What if I say, and I think we still have these, what if I say that this set of rental units I have is 55 and up? You can't have your grandchildren there more than one night a week or 2 nights a week or something, and they've been staying with you off and on. What's reasonable? I think there's going to be a lot of litigation around reasonable, because we haven't said that rental increases in line with market or things like that. I mean, I think that's where we'll end up. I think we'll end up there. After we go to the Court of Appeals, after we go to the state Supreme Court, after all of that, we'll finally get some case law over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, what do you got to do if you're a landlord? There was a sidebar conversation over here with one of the bill sponsors about this reasonable, refuses to sign a new rental agreement with reasonable terms. So, and I've got to allow, it says here at line 19, allows the tenant at least 90 days after receiving the notice described to vacate the residential premises. But it doesn't really say, and this is interesting to me, at least I haven't seen it here, it doesn't say how long I need to give you when I put that new lease in your hand. That struck me as curious, actually. Now, my job to fix this bill, I've tried. But if I hand it to a tenant and I said, I need you to sign this, or else I'm not going to non-renew you, I'll be back in an hour. And the tenant then says, when I come back in an hour, the tenant says, I can't sign that today. I've got to go to my kid's basketball game or whatever. Has that? and I got to give them 90 days. Says, provide the tenant proper service of a written notice. By the way, there's some pre-existing definitions of proper service. Of intent to terminate the tenancy, which notice includes the date on which the tenant will be required to vacate. So, I'll tell you one of the things this is going to do. My inclination would be, and you know, this will be litigated. Lawyers will make money on this. The day you sign a lease, I'm going to hand you a notice that says, I intend to non-renew your lease unless within some period of time you agree to an additional year on these terms. And I'm going to make sure that I cover all my downside risk. And you're a tenant, and you don't know whether you're going to, you don't know whether you want to renew your lease or not. I have been a renter, well, I have been a renter at the wonderful place on north of the Capitol in Sherman. I've been a renter, but I've not been a renter where I was, in college or in the service. But, I was a renter when I was in the Air Force and had some assignments, and I was young and unmarried. And I have to tell you, I didn't know 90 days out whether I wanted to renew or not. I didn't know whether I was going to get orders, frankly. Maybe I remember I was trying to get orders one time because I was eligible for a good assignment, and I wanted that assignment. And I mean, this stands the landlord-tenant relationship a little bit on its head. And why are we doing that? And how are we doing that? And again, why? Because we're creating a duty for the landlord to renew. And so we create 30 pages, 25, I guess, really, of the 30, are about the places in which you don't have to renew. But the notice periods are so long, so far in advance, that unless the landlord's going to keep you around for another, allow you to be a holdover for another month or 2 months or 3 months, they're going to start giving you a notice. Or if they don't want to give it to you on the day, they'll give it to you at 120 days and say you have 120 days advance and say you have 2 weeks. And you need to let me know, and you need to let me know in writing, and you need to sign this new lease. And maybe you're not all that happy with me as a landlord. I'm not terrible or anything, but you've gotten a little better job, and you might like a little nicer place, and you might like to do that, and that's the way of things. But you got to find it. You got to find it, and you're going to have to find it 90 days in advance, not 30 days in advance, because the landlord's going to not renew you. And once they don't renew you, given the availability and affordability of the market now, the demand for apartments, they're already going to have it rented. Now, there's some other kind of interesting things in this bill, sort of side issues. I spent most of the day thinking that I was a short-term renter. I have a place rented through one of the short-term rental apps, rented it for 122 or 3 days to coincide with our session. Short-term rental. I've been thinking most of the day, I've been thinking, well, this doesn't apply to my landlord, the guy who is renting that place to me off of Emerson. And then I read the definition of short-term rental, and it says short-term rental property means a residential premises that is leased, A, for less than 30 consecutive days in exchange for remuneration and for temporary recreational, business, or transient purposes. Well, I've rented it for 4 months. I see an or there, so I think, well, maybe. Oh, okay, well, you know, that's just the way these things work. Apparently, it got amended. Now, I lost track of the amendments that passed and those that happened, and there was one in local government. It was the committee in the committee report. Gosh, I'm glad. I feel better for my landlord because I was all set. I was all set to tell him that he had to renew me. Not that I want to stay here after May 8th, but I might be so busy filing cases for tenants in Denver County Court, I might need a place to stay at night. So, this bill is going to make things very difficult for landlords, but the big guys, they'll be okay. They're going to be great. You know why? Because they got lawyers. They have general counsel, and probably general counsel and associate general counsel, and maybe associate general counsel, and 2 paralegals, maybe 3. And they're working all this stuff. Who's going to have a hard time? The people who have 6 rental units. Or maybe fewer than 5. I don't know. You know, there's an interesting thing. We fought all day about less than 5. And then we have in this bill the term exempt residential agreement is used. And I inquired of the drafter, where is exempt residential agreement defined? Because I didn't have my computer fired up at the time. And so they went into LexisNexis and they put in the term exempt residential agreement. It turns out exempt residential agreement is defined at 1340-104, the existing unlawful detainer statute. At the very end, at 5B, and it says, exempt residential agreement means a residential agreement leasing a single-family home by a landlord who owns 5 or fewer single-family rental homes and who provides notice in the agreement that a 10-day notice period required pursuant to this section does not apply to the tenancy entered pursuant to this agreement. So now if you're a person who has 5 units, you gotta study really closely as to which provision and which definition is controlling your particular thing, because in one place it's more than 5, and in the other place it's less than 5. Now, the only place where I find such definitions and such confusion are the federal tax code and the federal acquisition law. The two most esoteric pieces of statutory nightmares that one can ever encounter. But we're creating one here that rivals that, because sometimes it's more than 5, or 5 or more, and sometimes it's less than 5. I guess I'd tell you to own 4 or own 6. Don't own 5. I have been known to give clients advice like that and just say, save yourself the trouble. Own 6 or own 4. Don't own 5, because then you'll be forever going, well, for purposes of this particular provision in the statute, am I covered or am I not covered? You'll be going back and forth. If you have 4, you'll know that you're safe all the time, and if you have 6, you'll know you're covered all the time. Don't be doing 5, because that'll just be confusing. And you'll be calling me all the time, and by the time you finish calling me, you'd have just as soon bought another duplex unit or something. Members, I thought we started this year with pronouncements from all sorts of people, including the governor, but both sides of the aisle, about making housing affordable and accessible, creating more of it, making it more available. Here we are, making it more difficult, more costly. And just so you don't get confused about where I'm coming from on this, there was earlier today an amendment that, while it wasn't particularly landlord-friendly, it was a good deal more friendly to the notions of availability and affordability, because it was predictable, it was easy, it was understandable, and compliance could be achieved. Members, I could go till 5, but I think we'll just knock off early. We'll just knock off early today. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Thank you. Minority Lundy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have expansive comments to conclude this debate. They'll last at least 90 seconds. We are now at the end of this rather interesting debate. I don't think we made a lot of meaningful headway. We started out with a 30-page bill. I think we're probably ending up with about a 32-page bill is going to be my read on it. Protections for property rights, which are essentially protections for people's rights, humans' rights, were limited and forthcoming. Think of it this way, and I'm a strict constitutionalist. I believe in negative rights. There's really only life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are your 3 rights, and they're negative rights. The government was instituted among the people to defend your rights, those 3 rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And property rights flow forth from your life and your liberty if you use your mind well and your back strongly. You can accumulate some property, and if you do it well and care for other people, you tend to, I believe, leverage and expand that. This bill is offensive to property rights, and therefore I believe it is offensive to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The real challenge at the end of this whole conversation is the very people the bill sets out to help, I think, are the ones who are going to get hurt most. And the reason they're going to get hurt most is rents are going to go up. This is one more bill that clearly will drive rents up. availability of properties will go down. So now we've got rents rising, availability going down, and the qualification of individuals who are not going to give you trouble with your lease are going to get more stringent, stricter, and more difficult to get over that bar. So the very people who may be in a rental environment right now who want to hang on to that are going to take away from others who might also want to get into a rental circumstance the ability, I think, to readily and easily access that rent. So it's based on that set of reasoning and arguments, and as I said, I could extend and extend and extend because there's a lot in this bill to not like. But based on that, the simple fact, this is going to make housing less available, less expensive, and it's going to make it harder for individuals to qualify because the 70-page lease that the bill sponsor on a different bill, but an adjacent bill, I'll call it. It's a bill that ran down the same pathway adjacent to this bill. 70-page lease, it's going to be a 90-page lease, subject to that prior bill and this bill. It's going to get harder and harder for simple people like me who don't have 2 law degrees to figure out exactly what they're signing up for and whether or not they can qualify. I urge your opposition to 1098. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1098. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Thank you. The ayes have it. House Bill 1098 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1241?
House Bill 1241 by Representatives Epps and Mabry and Senator Rodriguez concerning aligning the threshold for a comparable municipal offense to a state-level petty property crime for purposes of prohibiting a monetary condition of release.
Senator Rodriguez.
It's all 7 words. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1241.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this was a pretty short debated bill. Just in summary, there has been some unalignment to consistency in bond setting practices. This bill avoids administrative decisions determining whether someone gets a mandatory PR bond. House Bill 19-1225 requires PR bonds for all state petty offenses and compliance and immunity offenses, included petty theft and property offenses 50 or less. House Bill 21-271, sponsored by a few people in this caucus, reclassified a lot of offenses, changed petty property crime cut point to $300. Now we have inconsistencies. This bill pretty much adds replaces 9 words out of 7. Just to clarify, the PR bonds are aligned from municipal court and primary court. And I look forward to my colleague coming up and speaking to the bill.
Further discussion on 1241. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. So this is just a simple alignment bill. I voted no on it in committee because everybody says, well, you're just aligning municipal courts with and what they have to do on releasing. So what we're doing, if you pass this bill, is aligning the requirement to let criminals out of jail on personal recognizance with the state courts. And some municipal courts have been more reluctant to let people go on their own personal recognizance. So I'm not so sure I'm a fan of alignment other than for my front end of my car. I vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1241. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read House Bill 1102?
House Bill 1102 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Soper, and Senator Exum concerning requirements for individuals appointed to serve in certain independent agencies of the Judicial Department.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1102.
Seeing no discussion. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1102. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1102 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to House Bill? Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 106 until Monday, April the 1st. Layover.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 106 to, I'm sorry, what day? Monday, April 1st. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no? No. I agree, actually, but at the request of the Majority Leader, that bill will lay over. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to 1267?
House Bill 1267 by Representatives Joda and Bacon and Senators Coleman and Hanson concerning requiring a metropolitan district engaging in covenant enforcement activities to comply with certain policies related to covenant enforcement.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1267 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1267. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to 1058?
House Bill 1058 by Representatives Kipp and Soper and Senators Baseley and Piola concerning protecting the privacy of individuals' biological data and in connection therewith protecting the privacy of neural data and expanding the scope of the Colorado Privacy Act accordingly.
Senator Baseley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 24-508 on second reading.
Great. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1058. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and 1058 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
Get that jacket on. The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration, mostly one bill, but then, several others. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the report?
March 25th, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1098 is amended, House Bill 1241, House Bill 1102, House Bill 1267, House Bill 1058, passed on second reading and in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 106 laid over until April 1st, 2024 and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal
Move the report.
S005.
Move the report first.
Oh, but first I'm going to move the report.
Terrific. Thanks for moving the report. The report has now been moved. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read?
005.
Amendment 5 to the Committee of the Whole report.
S005.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S005 to the Committee of the Whole report and ask for an aye vote. What this amendment does, Mr. President, is it ensures, it reverses the action to reflect that Amendment 062 did not in fact pass. As we had further discussion and then were able to clarify what the implications of that amendment would do, I wanted to extend my appreciation and gratitude to everyone for their discussion in regards to this amendment, but I respectfully ask for an aye vote on this COW to reflect that shift. Thank you.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. What would be great is to hear a reason why this amendment is bad, why this amendment hurts the bill. As you'll recall, the discussion that we had was simply asking whether or not the protections that the bill afforded a landlord should apply, whether or not that landlord lives in the property or in a property adjacent to the property versus a landlord living anywhere. If there's compelling reasons why this is a bad idea or why we shouldn't adopt this, I would absolutely love to hear those. Otherwise, would ask for your support in those and reaffirming that we indeed passed Amendment 62.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President, because we are no longer in the Committee of the Whole. Short version on this is I was wrong about what I thought was happening here. The way I read it, there were protections being offered to folks who did not live near their landlord that did not apply to folks who live near their landlord. As far as harassment of a landlord, there is law covering harassment of a landlord. The protections here that we're talking about are for folks who are a nuisance, and whether the landlord lives near those folks or those folks are just causing issues with their neighbors, these protections apply in the bill as written. Expanding this is neither necessary nor appropriate. I ask for an aye vote on the cow.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm not sure that I agree with the senator from Greenwood Village on his assessment of what the amendment does. So I would ask those of you who just heard that, who are interested, to take a look at the bill on pages 18 and 19 and make sure we're having the same conversation. It feels like we're having a very AM/FM conversation right now. Pages 18 and 19 are dealing with a tenant who, according to the bill, has been deemed to be a nuisance. So that's already established on pages 18 and 19. And again, just to make sure, we're not debating whether or not is this tenant a nuisance? Is the tenant not a nuisance? What we're saying is, yes, we're leaving intact the fact that the conduct is disturbing other tenants or occupations of the same property. So I would say let's put that in one bucket. That's remaining intact from the bill. The bill already speaks to the fact that it appears to want to offer that kind of protection for the neighbors, basically. Then we talk about, well, we also, and the bill clearly now talks about protections that we want for the landlord also. Otherwise, why would we have it in the bill? Why would it be in the re-engrossed bill if we did not want to offer some sort of protections to the landlord? We'd just exclude it and not even talk about the landlord. We'll just talk about the neighbors, the others in the property. Someone, not me, specifically in the re-engrossed bill, is addressing landlords. So if we're addressing landlords, colleagues, does it really matter to you if we want to afford protections to a landlord? Does it matter to you whether that landlord lives on that property, in the adjacent property, or in a different home a block away, or 2 blocks away, or a mile away? Why does that matter? How come nobody has come up here and explained why we care whether the landlord lives 100 feet away or 1,200 yards away? Nobody is coming up here and talking about that. Oh, it's already addressed, it's harassment, it's this and that. What are you talking about, harassment? There's nothing that we're even dealing with relating to harassment. We're dealing with this bill and somebody who is being a nuisance to a landlord that I did not put in the bill, that the opponents didn't put in the bill. The proponents and the sponsors put this language in there. I didn't do this. If you want language around a landlord, please, somebody come and explain what is the difference between a landlord that lives 100 feet away and one that lives 1 mile away. Or even, let's say, not the adjacent property. Let's say it's 3 properties away. well, we don't want to give any protection to that person. After all, they live 3 houses away. Come on. All I want is a real reason why this is a bad idea or why this is drafted incorrectly, and we can quit talking about it. But I definitely encourage a no vote on the cow.
See no further discussion. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure the citizens know there is no more discussion about this.
See no further discussion. The motion for the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 5 to House Bill 1098. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Roberts, Mullica, Janal. Zenzinger. With a vote of 19 ayes, 16 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is passed. Please mark Senator Bridges as excused. There's another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 1 to House Bill 1098?
S201, amend read and gross bill, page 7, line 15, after only insert when a tenant's rental agreement has expired and the tenant continues to occupy the residential premises and.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1 to House Bill 1098.
Will the clerk please remove, or please mark Senator Danielson as excused? To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Trying to multitask here, not as good at that as I once was, looking at one thing, thinking of another thing. Amendment 1, Cal Amendment 1 to House Bill 1098 is an acknowledgement of the protection, the need for protection of property rights and the way that folks that have property retain their rights under this new construct created by House Bill 1098 is to have a cause to actually get their property back. And this particular amendment goes to the causes section of the bill. It's found on page 7 of the re-engrossed bill, and adds as one of the causes where a property owner, she may in fact reclaim the rights to her property, is when the lease has expired and the tenant is still in the property. You know, in the old world, that was kind of the end of the discussion. It was like, lease is up, thank you. It's been a positive relationship or it's been a negative relationship, but it is no longer a relationship. The contract's over. and therefore you may move on, and we'd like to move on without you. That isn't the way 1098 handles the world. Going forward, or handles the rights. Going forward, the tenant has rights to stay, whether the lease allows for that or not. This simply gives the landlord, it gives her the cause to, in fact, get her property back. And I urge your support of cow number 1.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask for a no vote on this cow.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1098. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Priola, Cutter, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Winter, Henriksen, Marchman, Zenzinger, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Fields. Please add the president. With a vote of with a vote of 13 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the motion is lost. There's another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 2 to House Bill 1098?
S202, Senator Lundin moves to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that House Bill 1098 is amended and not
Mr.
passed.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Far be it from me to ever challenge the hearing of the chair, but I'm convinced that the chair did not hear correctly, and I'm not sure which of the several chairs, whether it was the good senator from Denver, the good senator from El Paso County, or the good senator from Greenwood Village that was in the chair at the moment, but I'm convinced that I actually heard that 1098 failed. And this amendment says exactly that. It says 1098, on closer reflection, did not pass the Committee of the Whole. I urge your aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Well, we were all here, and we did see that 1098 did in fact pass on second reading. And so for that reason, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 2 to House Bill 1098. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Exum, Coleman, Cutter, Priola, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Kolker, Winter, Zenzinger, Marchman, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Fields, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Please have the president. With a vote of 15 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the amendment is lost.
Yes, ma'am.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 4 to House Bill 1098?
Before Senator Lundin, move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show the following Malika floor amendment, L33 to House Bill 1098 did pass. Amendment Gross Bill, strike everything below the enactment clause of substitute, Section 1 in Colorado Revised Statutes 38-12-509, amend 1B3 and 1B4.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Report 4 to 1098.
To the amendment.
So I was not in love with this amendment, but I dislike it a whole lot less than I dislike the bill. I think and it's not a matter of like, it's not a matter of feelings, it's a matter of rational analysis of what this does. And I believe 1098 will raise rents for the people of Colorado. It will make rental properties less available, and it will make access to rental units harder to get for many of the people that the bill ostensibly would seek to help. Amendment 33 is what it was called in the Committee of the Whole debate, was an elegant, is the word that was used by the Simple Country attorney, and I agree, 2-page amendment that seeks to get at pretty much all of the fundamental elements of 1098 and doesn't give you 28 pages of mischief that plays with property rights. I think many of you, not most of you, and certainly not all of you, were here for the debate on this, but this particular amendment protects the rights of tenants. It also acknowledges that at some point the landlord actually is the owner of the property, and there are rights bound up in that as well. So it acknowledges the fair housing laws and aligns the effort to protect tenants' rights with fair housing laws in a meaningful way. And it provides what I think is an onerous burden on the property owner, but at the same time, it gives a heads up and a notice to the tenants, a 120-day notice that within 120 days, we are going to come to a parting of ways, and it provides additional notice and therefore additional value, I think, in the conversation for tenants. So Amendment 33, now known as COW 4, I think is a better pathway forward and would encourage you to support it.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I fell in love with this amendment. You know, sometimes you take a look at something and you don't so much, and then you take a second look at it and you go, yeah. And the reason I do, and I love it even more than when it was first considered, is as I went through the bill and I began to get my head around why that thing was 30 pages long, it was about backing into giving a tenant a right to renew instead of saying, landlord, you cannot refuse to renew for a prohibited reason. And a prohibited reason would be retaliation for habitability issues, the very things that one of the sponsors talked about this morning in the introduction of the bill, of a landlord saying, well, that tenant complained about hot water or heat or some sort of maintenance problem, and so I'm not going to renew. That would be retaliation under 38-12-509. Or you can't refuse to renew for a discriminatory reason, and the case is Colorado Supreme Court case decided last month, Miller versus Amos. It was unanimous. that a landlord could not use a discriminatory reason like sexual harassment, in essence, to refuse to renew. And this bill sets up a requirement that a tenant has to get notice of non-renewal 120 days before the termination of the rental agreement. And if they don't, they're going to get a month's rent. And if there's retaliation or if there's discrimination in the non-renewal, both of those would give attorney's fees and cost, and the retaliation would be treble damages. And the Fair Housing Act, I think, permits exemplary damages. This 2 pages encourages and incentivizes landlords to do the right thing. And it punishes those who don't. But the reason I like it so much is because it's straightforward and simple with the construct of the existing law. The Colorado Fair Housing Act is already there, and landlords have to comply with that. The Habitability Act is still there and is being modified in favor of the tenant by this very General Assembly. We ought to do things in the most straightforward way that we can. That's what this amendment does. Doesn't create work for lawyers. I ought to be against it, huh? Doesn't unnecessarily punish landlords, but it does incentivize them to do what is right and gives them a basis for understanding that. The minority leader, I think, recognized, as I said earlier today, this is not particularly landlord favorable. It's quite good for landlords who want to do the right thing and want to understand their obligations. So I ask for an aye vote on this Cal Amendment S004. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Respectfully, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. You know, part of what the good senator from Colorado Springs just referenced of, look, this isn't going to create more work for attorneys, is due to the fact that it is so incredibly difficult for tenants to be able to assert those rights around, hey, I've been discriminated against in court, particularly when they're going around and having been evicted, having to come up with $6,000, first month's, last month's, and a deposit in order to secure their next place. I wish it were that simple, but it's not. I ask for a no vote.
The motion is the adoption of 004 to House Bill 1098. Are there any no votes?
Yes.
We're still speaking to S004 for House Bill 1098. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I apologize I didn't get my hand in the air soon enough. I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to make sure that people were clear on this amendment. This is the amendment, again, that would be described as kind of the middle way forward. Let's achieve as much of what we were seeking to do with the bill and at the same time causing as little disturbance as possible. You originally saw it on the floor as Amendment L033. It actually, the first section dealt with when you can and can't refuse to renew. It added one additional new ground or under which there's a prohibition against retaliation. You can't retaliate under the amendment by refusing to renew a tenant's rental agreement upon the expiration of the rental agreement. So some of us would perceive that that is just normal order, but under the construct that's created by 1098, it's perceived as retaliation, potentially, to non-renew. In fact, we go through this whole change of language where the non-renewal, which is an agnostic sort of thing, lease is up, term is over, and therefore normal business should proceed. Non-renew is being replaced with the language of a non-cause eviction. And you heard me argue, as I think is not correct, that a non-cause eviction puts a negative connotation on that which should typically just be a normal course of order in the expiration of a lease and the ongoing business relationship where when you lose the term of your lease, the lease is up, you move on, you either find a different property, hopefully a better property. We would all hope that people are moving forward. Second element in the amendment, to remind everybody what we're dealing with, is an explanation of protections. And the protections that exist are the protections already in the Fair Housing Act, and we don't, it's actually Unfair Housing Act. We don't want to allow things to happen that would be considered to be unfair. And it adds in that section, or renew a rental agreement for housing. So it adds in language that describes renewing for a rental agreement as something that can be protected under that section. And then in the final elements of this, the non-renewal section, there is a noticing piece. And this, quite frankly, for me is really? Are you serious? I mean, we all knew that the lease was going to be up at a certain period of time, and now you've got to 120 days before the end of the lease, you've got to come back and notify again that there is an impending, already agreed upon, signed document that is called a lease, an agreement between the lessor and the lessee, between the tenant and the landlord, that notices that the termination of that agreement is coming nigh, and yet we are providing yet an additional 120-day notice. So that's what the amendment does as presented. I urge your support of Senate Amendment 4 to House Bill 1098. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S004. Are there any no votes? Senators, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Buckner, Priola, Fields, Winter, Colker, Marchman, Finberg, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Cutter, Exum, Hanson. Please add the president. With a vote of 16 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, S004 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read S006?
S006, Senator Smallwood moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Smallwood floor amendment, L062 to House Bill 1098, did not pass. Amendment in gross bill, page 8, line 24, strike other. Page 19, lines 1 through 3, strike landlord if the landlord lives in the same or
Senator
immediately
Smallwood.
adjacent property.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I move Cow Amendment 6.
To the amendment.
So, colleagues, Cow Amendment 6 is just giving us another chance to discuss the protections that the bill ostensibly put in place for landlords, yet then took away from landlords. And I know I'm sounding redundant here, but what I'm looking for is an explanation as to why we would put protections for a landlord into the bill, but then demand that the landlord needs to live on that property or right next door. I really, colleagues, I don't feel like we have heard as a body, nor do I feel the citizens of Colorado have heard why extending protections to a landlord that are clearly extended when they live on the property or next door shouldn't be extended when they live 2 doors away, or 3 doors away, or a block away. So if you feel comfortable that the bill really needs these protections for landlords that live right next door, then I suppose you should be a yes vote, but I would encourage a no vote, saying that the amendment that we added, Amendment 62, makes sense. I would demand, if I were you, I would encourage, if I were you, that you ask for an explanation why this is a bad idea. I haven't heard one, and am waiting desperately to hear one for all of you, but in the meantime, I would ask for a no vote on Amendment 6.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we've actually debated this a few times. We debated it on the floor, and we've actually already debated this on the cow already. This is the same cow amendment that was offered from my co-prime, the good senator from Denver, that we passed. And so we're reconsidering that all over again. I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 6 to the cow. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Roberts, Malika, Janal. With a vote of 18 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1098 is amended. House Bill 1241, 1102, 1267, 1058 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 106 laid over until April 1st and retaining its place on the calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Member of the Colorado Commission on Higher Education, effective July 2nd, 2023, for term expiring July 1st, 2027, Alessandra Gonzalez of Thornton, Colorado, to serve as a representative of the 8th Congressional District, reappointed. Members of the Colorado Health Facilities Authority Board of Directors, effective July 1st, 2023, for terms expiring June 30th, 2027, Jason Ports of Durango, Colorado, reappointed. Brian Turner of Canyon City, Colorado, appointed.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the appointments on the consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar, which includes Lizandra Gonzalez of Thornton for the Colorado Commission on Higher Ed, Jason Ports of Durango, Brian Turner of Canyon City for the Colorado Health Facilities Authority Board of Directors.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the confirmation of all of the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, the appointments are confirmed. Signing of bills.
March 25th, 2024, the President signed Senate Joint Resolution 10.
Message from the House.
March 25th, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, House Bills 1010, 1176, 1151, 1334, 1341, 1244, 1254, 1005, and 1348, amended as printed in the House Journal, March 22nd, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. House Bill 1285, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. Senate Bills 35, 138, 99, 87, amended as printed in the House Journal, March 22nd, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 148, 17, 56, 155, 21, and 71. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bills 1012, 1044, 1291, 1122, and 1143, and has repassed the bills as so amended.
Message from the Revisor.
March 25th, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1285 without comment as amended. House Bills 1005, 1010, 1151, 1176, 1244, 1254, 1334, 1341, and 1348. Without comment as amended, Senate Bills 35, 87, 99, and 138.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 189 by Senators Fields and Hansen and Representative Weissman concerning gender-related changes to crimes that involve bias.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1021 by Representative Lindsay and Senator Winter concerning the training of individuals to drive motor vehicles.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1324 by Representative Clifford and Senator Liston concerning the Attorney General's oversight of restrictive employment agreements.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1329 by Representatives Byrd and Lindstedt and Senator Marchman concerning the continuation of the State Board of Licensure for architects, professional engineers, and professional land surveyors, and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Business, Labor, and Technology. Message from the Governor.
March 18, 2024, ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to the powers conferred upon me by the Constitution and laws of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to designate, appoint, and submit to your consideration the following members of the Board of Governors of the Colorado State University System for a term expiring December 31, 2026. Dominic DeSanti of Pueblo, Colorado, to serve as a member with experience in production and agriculture who resides in southern Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Armando Valdez of La Jara, Colorado, appointed.
Education. Announcements. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education Committee will be meeting in room 636. We don't have a sixth floor, do we? Okay, Education Committee will be will be meeting in room 357. We're hearing House Bill 1039, and we're hearing House Bill 1136 in about 10 minutes. Is the rule 15? But I'm the chair of education. 10. No. Okay, 15 minutes.
Senator Buckner, you can do whatever you want,
Thank you.
as long as it's after 15 minutes. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting today at 1:30. Oh, wait, haha. We'll be meeting at 5:45 in the old Supreme Court. We will hear House Bill 1130, Senate Bill 136, and House Bill 1071 in that order. Thank you.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Local Government and Housing for tomorrow we will be meeting, we will not hear Senate Bill 112 or Senate Bill 174 due to some scheduling difficulties, but we will hear House Bill 1259. And that will be tomorrow, Senate Local Government Housing at 2 o'clock, 352. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dan Files in the building again. Tomorrow morning, Bible study, 7:15 and 1:09. Come feed your belly and then feed your soul.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as I stated the other day, I wanted to remind you that on Wednesday, this Wednesday from 12 to 1, is our second nuclear caucus. And we have a very good speaker. I'll tell you just a little bit about him. His name is Kirk Sorensen, and he is the founder of Flibe Energy, which is an advocate, and he's a well-known advocate for nuclear energy based on thorium and liquid fluoride fuels. And he currently serves as the president and the chief technologist for Flibe Energy. For the past 5 years, Mr. Sorensen has authored a blog in energy from thorium. He has been a speaker at numerous conventions and so forth. He's a graduate of Georgia Tech in aerospace engineering and is also a graduate of nuclear engineering at the University of Tennessee. He is a well-known authority on the latest exciting technologies. I hope you'll come join us this Wednesday, March 27th, over in room 603. Refreshments will be served, lunch will be served, and you'll learn a lot, I guarantee you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been authorized by the chair of the Judiciary Committee to correct the earlier statement. The bills that are on the calendar for today rather than Wednesday are HB 1225, HCR 1002, and HB 1248, which are on the calendar for today and will be heard in that order. And another announcement, thank you, Mr. President. I want to call everyone's attention to the fact that it is Women's History Month. And I know this late in the day, if you're like me, you're wondering what you're going to do for breakfast tomorrow morning. Well, we have a special observance tomorrow morning. We are going to be recognizing the first woman in law enforcement in Denver, Sadie Likens, for Women's History Month. Her descendants, along with Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas and the women of Colorado law enforcement, are going to be here. There'll be a light breakfast in the West Foyer at 8 a.m. And at 9 a.m., shortly, the Majority Leader agreeing, we will do a tribute and recognize Sadie Likens, who was the first policewoman matron in Colorado and in the Denver Police Department for Women's History Month. The senator from Denver and I will be doing that tribute, so we look forward to doing that. Thank you very much.
Further announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as a reminder, the deadline to submit your General Assembly merchandise order is this Thursday, March 28th. This is a firm deadline. Orders placed after that date may not receive a bulk discount. And on that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. Tuesday, March 26, 2024.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until tomorrow at 9 a.m.